Ah, okay. All right, just making sure everything is all set and ready. You know how it is. Got a can of Genesee Bear here. Holla. All right, got a guest on here already. Welcome to Sea Monster Live. This is your host, Sea Monster, number 10 edition of Sea Monster Live. And we're going to be taking a look at Godzilla. Well, we're going to be discussing Godzilla Kong the New Empire. You know, Gojira X Kung The Nuevo Imperium. Oh, we got a couple of people here. Bringing them on. And
Hey.
Hello.
Alice is asking how we're doing. Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yep, starting off right. Yeah.
Nice. Well, I'm excited for the discussion today, mainly because I've been reading the novelization, so that's going to have some input.
Cool. Yeah, I pretty much have watched the film like a few nights ago. Watched it again because I have the Blu-ray for it.
Yeah, I just got it. I just finished the part where Kong and Zuko were sharing a meal after killing the drowned viper.
Cool. So yeah, and I've actually have been taking notes pretty much just almost immediately after, while the movie was like still kind of fresh, pretty much. And these notes probably will more than likely, any addendums or otherwise would pretty much apply to a potential video that I am planning on doing for it. But it won't be for a while though. So
yeah, I'm probably gonna after the time debate and maybe after GFest, I'm planning to rewatch GXK for my Project Nemesis video because I'm going to be talking about it in comparison alongside Cloverfield, GMK, and Godzilla 2014, comparing those movies to Project Nemesis. And and after reading the novelization, I want to see how well the movie holds up in comparison.
Nice. And apparently, I just got a notification about the OmniViewer discussing
I just got that too.
Yeah, from the deleted Godzilla 2014 scene with Akira.
Yeah.
We all saw that.
Yeah, I just got that.
I pretty much caught it, just kind of in passing, and yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, why did they kind of cut that out?
He's also discussing the Nosferatu trailer. That looks interesting.
Oh yeah, I watched that trailer like twice. That thing, yeah, I gotta say, it's probably my most anticipated movie of 2024 because Robert Eggers is one of the goats.
A part of me wants to rewatch the original at some point because I actually really liked the original. Like it's pretty well done for what it is, and yeah, fair. It's iconic. But yeah, I'll probably rewatch the original before seeing this new one. Also, it's coming Christmas Day, which is really funny.
Yeah,
did you guys watch the Demeter?
No.
I have. I'm planning on watching it again for a video that I'm working on.
No, I know what it's based off of because I've read the original book. I've read the original Dracula itself. I want to reread it. Same with Frankenstein. But yeah, the original Dracula is, good God, that is amazing. That is
Bela Lugosi. Bela Lugosi.
No, Bram Stoker. Bram Stoker won the original book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the original book for Dracula. The original book is fantastic. And I remember liking the original Frankenstein as well, though it's been a bit.
Yeah, I actually have a graphic novel, like sort of re-illustration of Bram Stoker's Dracula. That's like from Legendary Comics, but it has like
cool.
where for the drawings they use Bela Lugosi's likeness to play Dracula because they got the rights. They got permission from the Lugosi estate to use it, and like I pretty much own that. it's really cool, really interesting. It's all like in black and white, pretty much. So it kind of evokes like that classic Universal iteration of Dracula. And they're pretty much putting out a comic also for similar for in that sort of style for Frankenstein with Boris Karloff as the monster. Although Boris Karloff definitely kind of looks, although Karloff's monster in that novel definitely certainly looks a bit unconventional given what we usually see of him because he's pretty much got like a bigger head of hair pretty much on him than so yeah.
Yeah, the novel. The Boris Karloff one, was that the 30s one? The iconic one.
Yes.
Boris Karloff. Thank you. I want to see it. Okay, yeah, it's the iconic one. Yeah. Okay, it's been a while since I've seen that movie. Maybe once I get through the Gamera marathon, I'll probably check out some of the Universal monster films because
yeah, you really should.
Some of the ones I haven't seen. Some of the ones I haven't seen in a while, and some of the ones that I haven't seen. Period. I've been meaning to watch Creature from the Black Lagoon properly, so I'll see if I can find that.
Yeah, I can't even tell you how many times I've seen like the original Frankenstein movie, pretty much.
Have you read the original book?
Funny thing enough, I haven't, but I will say the Karloff version isn't the only version of Frankenstein that I've seen. So I've at least seen like, some other iterations like
to my recollection, the Karloff one, I don't remember if that was the first one to be the first Frankenstein movie. Period. I remember hearing something about a 1910 version.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there are some earlier versions.
Yeah. I don't know if it's that one specifically or someone else.
The 1910 version is definitely the very first film adaptation of Frankenstein. It's only like 10 minutes long, pretty much. But the Karloff version is usually like the one that people go to as being like when they refer to like the classic film because it's pretty much just so iconic, pretty much.
Yeah. Because I remember seeing the Boris Karloff one at some point. I just don't remember if that was the first one. I know that was the 30s. So
there's also Bride of Frankenstein that's just as iconic, pretty much, and that's the sequel.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that one. That one I haven't seen, but I know about that one existing. So.
Yeah. And funny thing enough, like even though Boris Karloff is known as like the iconic monster, he only had like 3 major appearances as the character, which in the 31 film, Bride of Frankenstein, and then a 3rd film, Son of Frankenstein, released in 39. That one's not quite as good. It's not bad. Son of Frankenstein isn't bad. I've kind of discussed it in my video for it, but it kind of has problems. I would consider it to be a bit inferior to the first 2 films.
I granted with you saying that Cthulhu is also the most iconic character of his mythos, and he only has 1 book appearance. So, that was actually written by Lovecraft, not afterwards. That's a whole other can of worms. I actually haven't read the extended material yet. I've read my fair share of Lovecraft stories. Call of Cthulhu, Dagon, Shadow over Innsmouth. I need to reread. Color Out of Space was one that I vividly remember checking out, and it wasn't scary. It was more so confusing. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say, as far as like Nosferatu goes, there's also the 1979 version that was directed by Werner Herzog. That one's really good. I recommend that one as well. That's actually the first one.
I've never heard of that until now. So
yeah, it's a remake of the of Nosferatu, so the silent film, pretty much. So basically, the new Nosferatu isn't even the first remake. It's the second remake.
Nice.
But yeah.
I've seen the original Nosferatu. Was it 28? I think
22.
22. Seriously? I know it was
Yeah,
the
it's
20s.
102. It is 102 years old.
Good God.
Yeah.
Good God. Wow. Yeah, but but yeah, I do remember seeing that one. I'll probably watch it again before the remake, just because I'm actually curious to see how well it holds up. Granted, a lot of movies, like, you get a lot of classic horror movies that hold up fantastically. Gojira, Frankenstein, kind of. Frankenstein, absolutely.
Yeah.
Would King Kong count as horror?
King Kong, I'd say it's more of like a fantasy adventure, pretty much.
Probably not. Probably not horror.
Yeah.
But
At least
still,
not strictly horror. So
yeah, but it still holds up fantastically. But
like there's definitely some harrowing moments in it, but it's not. But as far as like just like straight up things that are just they're supposed to make you shit your pants. Then I'm probably not.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. So see Animus will be on in a bit here, and I
was just about to ask about that. I was just about to ask about him.
as well. Zem might come on as well, so
nice.
Making sure get that out there. So
yeah. I also picked up a few of the GXK figures, specifically the pre-evolved Godzilla, the re-release figure from the GVK line. No, the Playmates ones. I picked up a few of the Playmates ones. And then I picked up Godzilla Evolved and the Godzilla vs. Shimo dual set. Both. So I have two different Godzilla Evolved figures, both of them from Playmates. And honestly, quality. Say what you will about the movie itself, the toy line was pretty freaking good. Like, yeah, Evolved Godzilla is proportionally off. That's putting it mildly. But
Shimo is especially like kind of off, I guess, proportionally because Scar King's supposed to be like riding on her pretty much. But
yeah, I actually really quite like the Playmates Shimo. That not only because that was my first Playmates figure, but also because it's honestly far better than I expected it to be. It doesn't look great at first, but when you actually get it in hand and when you start moving it around, it's actually pretty well done.
Yeah. I would say the Scar King one is probably. I would say the Scar King is probably like the best figure because it's kind of like got like the most amount of. We got Zim and Sienna so coming up. So.
Very good.
Let me let them on. Sienna is the GXK hater.
And Zimzilla. Hello. We were just talking about the GXK toy line.
Which one?
The Playmates one.
Okay. I haven't.
But before that, we were talking
at all. So all I know is I think like Scylla and Tiamat were part of that line, and then there's the Shimos and the bunch of guys.
Tiamat is coming up. Mothra's coming up. I have no idea if Scylla's happening.
It's over for the Scylla Bros.
Oh no. Before that, we were talking about the Nosferatu trailer, or just kind of gothic horror stuff in general.
Yeah, the Universal Monsters period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, the GXK toy line's pretty freaking good. So, still hoping to get my hands on the RC Godzilla.
I really want those new Gashapon figures that they released.
Which ones?
There's the three of what's it called? The four main, not three, the four main Titans all got new Gashapons.
Ooh.
Well, which brings us to basically. So how's everyone going? Pretty much as far as the ones who just came on.
I'm doing pretty good. Chilling. I got another stream tomorrow. Then we've got the Thursday stream, and then there's the Cottom debate on July 1st. Listen, by Zindel LLC, sponsored by Heat Tap.
Yeah. Oh my god, I can't wait for that. Oh my god. I'm probably going to do an art piece of either our original monsters or our profile pics adapted as monsters. I know I'm probably just going to seal your monster Zim and move it, like use it in the piece itself. So, yeah. I don't
Did
know.
you
I just
appreciate
imagine.
my trailer, by the way?
Oh, I
Yeah.
saw the trailer.
Yeah,
I
that was not what I
downloaded
expected, to be honest. That was not at all what I expected. But yeah. Yeah, I'm very
I took
excited for
a
that.
great deal of time deciding who was going to be who in the lineup.
I still have no idea who the third. I still don't remember who the third one is on your end, Zim.
What was that?
Who's the third member on your end? I know it's you, Black, and.
Oh no, I'm not in the debate. I'm just moderating.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's Black, CGF Movies, and then we're still looking for a third. And if they don't find a third, it's just gonna be a 3v2. It should be fine. Because I'm still gonna be
We have
moderating.
them outnumbered. Should I maybe do a recreation of that one shot from Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster then?
Yeah, nice.
Right.
Yeah. And so I think that just brings us in pretty nicely to get on to talking about the main sort of talking point here, which is discussing GXK. It's 3 months after it's been released, after the even though discourse is still going on, it's like kind of like things are starting to like dust is like settling.
The discourse
it's a little
stops.
Yeah. Funny thing, earlier today, Eric Carter actually released his Godzilla vs. Kong, Godzilla X Kong comparison video. It was basically a GVK sweep. So, there's that.
Define sweep.
Basically, GVK won every single category.
I mean,
I can imagine. Well,
the different categories that he laid out was it was characters and monsters, the human characters and the kaiju, the action and the villains.
Okay. Well, if we're talking about purely monsters, then yeah, I'd have to give that to GVK than GXK. Like,
right.
Even as shoehorned as he was, Mechagodzilla still had a better design than Shimo or Scar King.
I will defend Shimo's design with my life.
It's
Shimo is an interesting one because it's not, considering what GXK and GVK are like in terms of just, here's this new bombastic thing. Look, guys, it's amazing. Don't worry about how it's put together. It's great, isn't it? To see Shimo, the way she looks, it's a. You would imagine them that going over the top of it, but it's a weirdly
tame,
naturalistic look to her. Obviously, the spikes are over the top, but the rounded off face and whatnot looks surprisingly naturalistic.
Well, she has a really naturalistic design, but then she also, like, naked has been the best way to describe her, in my opinion. Like, she doesn't have like enough spines, in my opinion, and I don't think they fill out her design well enough. And she feels really lacking, like, towards the back. And then she has the really angular, big, like, thagomizers at the end of her tail that just don't mesh well when I look at her. Like, she looks like a giant ice turtle dog. And I'm like,
I would draw the comparison between. Oh, you go.
Well, I was gonna say that I think I quite like it because it is that, like, it has that, well, the way it was described as like a turtle dragon polar bear thing. I liked it for its simplicity and its like design choices.
But that's the thing, is like, I don't mind simplistic, but like, if she's supposed to be a polar bear, she's really skinny for a polar bear. And if she's a turtle, still really skinny for a turtle. Like, the concept art she has gives her more bulk, which makes sense for her size, because, like, especially when you get to her tail, and like that just back half of her is just I don't like it at all.
I would probably draw the comparison. Okay, I would probably draw the comparison design-wise to Shimo and maybe the Rhedosaurus.
But that's the thing. I think the Rhedosaurus has a more consistent design because the body is well proportioned, with the head being longer, but it's not like overly large in like a comical way. Plus, the tail is really big, which is what allows like the body to have like the proportions. I think that like makes sense for the Rhedosaurus.
Sure.
I do find it interesting that you've got Shimo and Godzilla have a very similar design in terms of big spiky lizards with like the body is one color and the spikes are another. And despite them being very similar, they're also very different to the point where people are praising Godzilla's design and saying, "Oh, it's really good." And even just looking at his previous design, his previous look, it still looks really good. And then people are a bit iffy on Shimo. And I think it seriously comes down to detail, not just in terms of, oh, you need to add more like spikes in here, or you need to add more the shape of it there. It's like literally just like skin texture and stuff like that can make a huge difference.
Yeah, the
like
texture
Godzilla is grey, but he's not just grey.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But I think the other thing too is that it's also new monster bias. Like I think a lot of people give Evolved a pass because it's Godzilla, and because we've seen so many different Godzilla designs. There's that like sort of rationale where, oh, it's a new Godzilla design. We've seen a lot of different Godzillas over the years. This one isn't too much different. It still fits that shape, so therefore I'm fine with it. Whereas with Shimo, it's a new monster. We've never seen it before, and like all the issues people may have with the design are gonna come out in Shimo versus like Godzilla.
Yeah, it's I would probably compare it to something like how people reacted with the Muto, which I will not stand for Muto hate. I really like the Mutos
I wouldn't
actually.
either. I would not
I don't
either.
like the Mutos. I like their. They have really. I love their concept art, but I know a lot of people really do like them. Now I've done some redesigns to the Mutos to like forward to like what I like best, but yeah, I think like if we're gonna compare the two, I'd probably say I'm more impartial to the Mutos than I am to Shimo. But then like if we're comparing all of the MonsterVerse Titans, I'd probably say like the best designed on-screen ones are probably Tiamat and Sella. Ironic considering the fact that they're in GXK.
And completely wasted.
Yeah. And then my favorite design overall would probably be Camazot's, but he hasn't appeared in like any of the movies. So
Camazot's cool. Partially out of bias, I would give it to Tiamat, but I also I kind of like the simplicity of Titans like Behemoth or Methuselah.
I'd probably say like out of the Cottom roster, Methuselah is probably my least favorite, with Behemoth being like my middle ground. Like I know a lot of people didn't like Behemoth, and a lot of people really love Behemoth, but like I think Behemoth. He's cool. He's a cool little guy.
Yeah, it's nice to have some mammalian kaiju nowadays, which Skarking.
Yeah, Skarking. Which like funny too, because he like is essentially like a less flamboyant chaos from Primal Rage, if that makes sense.
No, I can see it.
Like especially the concept art, he has the mohawk and everything.
Yeah, I haven't actually seen any of Skarking's concept art. I'll look it up right now, actually.
Yeah. So
Oh wow! Wow!
Oh wow!
Wow! Wow! That is.
Huh? Did I miss something?
That is certainly a design.
Concept art.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
They made him look more like a baboon or
Control.
Yeah, in the art.
Hello, Blackaroni. How you doing?
Oh, hey, Black.
If you want to hop on,
We're just looking at Scar King concept art and just discussing various designs. So
Does Scar King in the concept art have like a guitar or something, and just doing like doing like a rock star sort of poses, like yeah. Like if you say he's got a mohawk or something, is he like he's some kind of...
No, but he looks like a rock star.
Mm-hmm.
I would actually go as far as to say he looks like a rock star.
He's an old rocker.
Yeah, living the life.
That
Living the
was
life.
definitely the vibe I got from him in the movie, like a washed up old rock star. That's the vibe I got off of him in the film.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Now you've said that, he makes me think of Iggy Pop.
Mm.
If you know who that is.
No, not really.
But they I shared my screen, so if anyone wants to see the concept in the chat, they can.
Cool.
When it comes to monster designs, how do you think we should accurately proportion them?
Oh no,
it really just depends on what
they
you're
have to
going
portion
for.
them out like a dinner plate.
On one side, the potatoes on the other, the beans on toast.
Yeah. I guess the way you proportion a monster design, it's like Fresh Madge says, depends on the monster. It kind of it does.
Yeah, if you're going for something like, say, a blob, like maybe Hedorah, then asymmetry definitely feels like a good way to go. Whereas for something based off of like a real world animal like Scar King or Godzilla, you'd want it to be proportioned in a very like animalistic manner. Granted, Godzilla is proportioned similarly to that of a human, I would argue.
Mm-hmm.
So,
oh no, definitely he is. But like, I guess when it comes to proportions, you have to sort of think about like stylistically, what are you going for in your setting? So if you're going for like retro dinosaur looks, but you're not going for like man in suits, you're probably going to see more digitigrade legs than plantigrade ones. So there's that. If you're looking at like head shapes, you're going to probably, if you're keeping to this retro paleo look, you're going to look at like artistic interpretations from like post-Victorian age to like 50s, 60s, but like you don't want to stray too close towards the dinosaur renaissance. And then you also have to consider things like size. Like if your monster is going to be like about the size of Godzilla or like the size of the original King Kong, you don't have to worry too much about like how big certain like sizes of legs or tails are, because you're big but you're not super big. But when you get into like the MonsterVerse sizes, you then have to be like, at that size, such thin proportions are going to look weird given the context of the animal in question, so then you have to adjust accordingly. Which even though people didn't like Godzilla 2014's feet, given his size and the whole nature of him being naturalistic, it makes sense for him to have these proportions the way he is.
It feels right for him to have something like a sauropod or elephant foot, but even then, they still give him some theropod features, namely with the claws at the end of the feet.
Or like, in the instance of the Stan Winston Godzilla design, you see that it takes a lot of classic Godzilla design, but like it still keeps it within the realms of realism. And tries to like get away from a man in the suit silhouette where you have
because in the script it states that he was made off of dinosaur DNA, so they're going to be dragging dinosaur-like features into that design.
Yeah.
An interesting one to theorize would be Yamata no Orochi. Because if you look at some of his design, because he's meant to be like an 8-headed, well, some of his designs basically look like Ghidra with no wings and 8 heads. But when you start thinking about how exactly that would all work, like how on earth are you going to fit 8 heads onto a body, then you start thinking it's going to be a massive, like big wide body with all their heads like sitting next to each other. Are the heads going to be all on his back, and he's going to have a more slim body? It's such an interesting
What if
idea.
what if
Lots
it's
of
not
designs.
what if it's not even heads, but appendages that look like heads, or maybe like eye sockets, similar to something like a snail.
Ooh,
Maybe.
yeah. Ooh, that would be. Ooh.
Yeah, I actually saw a fan interpretation of different MonsterVerse Titans, and their design for Yamato no Orochi was that, or something similar to that. It reminded me a lot of the tree root thing, the one that swallowed Mikkel, the egotistical pilot in GXK, but bigger.
Best character in the film.
Agree to disagree.
The man
I liked
was
him.
logical.
He was killed
Okay, so
to build up character development between two terrible characters. Well, two characters who had promise but were made terrible.
I like Trapper. Trapper, my beloved.
Trapper and Brenny were
Trapper
very fun.
quickly went downhill for me. Very quickly went downhill. One, because he allowed a mosquito to bite him. Oh no! Look, it's a female. The mosquito needs to feed her young. You do realize those things bite multiple creatures and carry diseases between creatures because of that. You're basically encouraging people to allow them to be fucking killed. But then there's the bit where he says, "Oh, we shouldn't stay here. We shouldn't go this way. I can smell rotting meat." In which case, why isn't anyone else smelling rotting meat? But then also, because he told them to stop, everybody stopped and Mikkel got eaten. If they hadn't stopped, they would have carried on walking and not been eaten.
Mikhail was keeping him there.
No, the Trapper was like, wait, everybody stop. We can't go this way. And then they had a big conversation. If he hadn't said anything, they would have just kept going and not been eaten.
To be fair,
be like
they did
honest and say like, "Hey, there's literally something like right there."
Yeah, to be fair,
that's
they
the
weren't
other thing. Trapper knew. After he got eaten and everyone's running away, he goes, "Wait, we can stop now. It can't reach this far." Yeah, wait, hold on a minute. So you knew that was a thing, and you didn't say anything?
Oh man, I was about to like lend some bit of like credence to be like, well, to be fair, like they weren't exactly sure what it was that could be potentially threatening or smelling of rotting meat, but then you just mentioned like, oh, now the Trapper said like, oh, it can't go very far. It's just like, okay, so either you know about this or you're just guessing about what this thing even is.
Could very well be a deduction, judging that it didn't move any more than it did after it ate Mikhail.
Yeah, but like it ate and then it could have just kept moving. And if it said it could go this far, it could have just. He doesn't know. He can't. The deduction doesn't have enough evidence to support the deduction. That's the problem.
Okay, we got Black
That's
Rudy
like
coming up here.
That's like another problem with like the iwi tablets having an issue where I'm hearing an echo for myself.
Yeah,
that's Black Rooney.
Echo.
Sorry.
That's okay.
You're fine.
How you doing?
What I was gonna say was that like the iwi tablets give a generalized impression of the past, but the words directly said in the English language infer either too little or too much, and they don't give a proper impression as to what actually went on in the past or directly contradict themselves.
Such as?
So they say in the beginning, the Titans were the guardians of nature and the great apes became the protectors of humanity.
Terrible.
So what does that mean by in the beginning? Like, unless we want to say that the 2014 era of like Titan lore either is being contradicted or they specifically mean in the beginning of the iwi civilization, that's when the Titans became the guardians of nature and the great apes became the protectors of humanity. Sure. But like whatever the inference is, we as the audiences are then having to piece together our own headcanon as to what that means, because that's not supported by the rest of the films in the shared continuity universe.
Yeah.
Wait, but what lore is being contradicted? What lore is like being contradicted from?
So we already know about one, the Great Titan War, which is referenced in GVK, and they also make mention of the original Eevee lore about what Godzilla was. However, how they portray Godzilla in GVK and external GVK material about him eating the star, which they mentioned later on in the tablets, is different because in the Iwi in like the original Iwi speaking about Zozahala, or however they say it, they state that the monster who ate a star turned evil himself, and that's why they left. Versus now they're saying that it was the evil
was
that
the
threatened
Scar
the
King.
peace that threatened the peace.
If
Not
I
to
may.
mention also, if we look at the when they say a great evil threatened the peace, it shows Scar King with the Shimo crystal, but later on they
Yeah.
say that trapped within their subterranean realm, the Scar King harnessed a terrible power, the ancient titan Shimo. So unless Shimo was already down there, which wouldn't make sense because Shimo couldn't have been down there prior to the Scar King being down there, because they literally also say that her power is what caused the last ice age, and unless she projected her power from the Hollow Earth, she couldn't have come up to the surface world, fought Godzilla, then gone down to the surface world and been swallowed up and trapped there, and then Scar King found her. And even if that's the case, you have to make so many assumptions for that to be the case.
And we may also add that in relation to Godzilla needing to power up pretty much and all that, to where he gets to his evolved form. It's pretty much mainly obviously it's understandable for him to do it, for the sake of because of Scar King and his army, which is weird considering he didn't do that for Ghidorah or what have you. But okay, fine, we'll just roll along with that for a little bit. Is Godzilla even aware? How is Godzilla even aware? Is Godzilla even aware that Shimo is even under Scar King's control, or is Godzilla just going and just powering up and evolving under the assumption that he's dealing with Scar King and his army again, regardless of whether or not Shimo is there?
Well, that's the thing, is that also the tablet shows Scar King with the Shimo crystal on his whip, so Scar King already had that crystal, but
I mean,
I
think it's possible that
infers that Scar King got the power later. I know, but what were you gonna say?
I think it's possible. I think you could. It could be. It's pretty much easily could just be passed off as a headcanon thing. We could probably perhaps assume that the pointed edge that was there before Shimo isn't an ice crystal, but rather like something else, and the ice crystal was just added on later. But I mean, it's
but here's the thing:
I would accept that, except for the fact that he is pointing it exactly the same way that he points it in the film, suggesting that either for some reason he's just got this thing for pointing with the spiky end, or that is actually the crystal that was used on Shimo. And honestly, I know I'm probably going to try and do this when I make my video, because yes, I'm going to be making a video on this absolute pile of crap. But the thing I think I'll take away from all of this is they do not know what they are doing with this story. They have no idea how long any of these periods of ages are, or anything. The fact that they call Shimo an ancient titan, it's do they know how long the Titans have been around for?
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, Black, what do you want to say?
So, Zim you mentioned earlier that in the beginning, the Titans were protectors of nature and the great apes were the protectors of humanity. When when Eileen Andrews says "in the beginning," I envision that to be like the very beginning of creation itself, like when Earth was still young. That's how I would interpret that, because that way that would give enough of a time frame for all the events that need to occur for things to make sense make sense throughout the years. However, if we're going by that assumption, giving enough time for the writers to implement that amount of lore and introduce all these elements that would need to happen for all of these things to make any sense, it would still create a completely different issue, and that is the idea of different civilizations coexisting with the Titans. Because if these Titans were as commonplace in the surface world as the lore suggests, then there is absolutely no way civilization as we know it could have evolved to become what it is today. Like, the people in 2014 could not have reached the technological advances of what we already knew at the time. Like in 2014, we wouldn't even have skyscrapers if the Titans were around and everything. And there's this scene in particular in King of the Monsters that I uh, gave it a proper analysis that it flew over my head the first time I watched it, but then it really hit me. Um, it was a scene where Serizawa goes up to Godzilla and nuke him to resurrect him, and it came to me like, wait a minute, this civilization is dead. And this is apparently the same civilization that coexisted with the Titans. So does that mean that coexistence is not possible? I mean, because this civilization is dead. Now you could point at the Iwis and go, oh, well, they coexist. But then again, like Kong, in Skull Island, Kong, although he technically protects the Iwi from other Titans, mind you, other Titans, they live isolated from the dangers of the Skull Island, and those dangers just so happen to be Titans. And in the Iwis of the Hollow Earth, they live almost the exact same way. But the only difference here is that they control Mothra. So that's not really coexistence. That's just the Iwis using the tools at their disposal to protect themselves from other Titans. So we have three pieces of evidence that suggest that coexistence is not possible. On top of the fact that the very thing of having Titans, as many Titans as the lore suggests exist back in those times, allowing for civilizations to exist and evolve the way it does, it's just not possible.
I think another thing too is that, one sec, it was Mastro Domico. He said that looking at the behind the scenes, it seems that the idea was that Shimo was already under the control of Scar King when the war happened. The movie didn't really do a good job explaining that. The other problem too is that we know that Godzilla's been continually getting stronger throughout the films and was stronger than he was in the past versus when he was in 2014. So that still raises a question as to why Godzilla would need to power up in the first place if he's like league stronger than he was at that time. And clearly Scar King's forces are not as strong as they were in the past.
There is the potential possibility that because Godzilla is far older than he was back then, he's not really in his prime anymore. As such, he has to rely on the strength of someone else, in this case, Tiamat, in order to face down this threat that back then he would have been able to beat in his prime.
Well, but here's the thing is that they say that last time it was the end of Godzilla. They don't, and nowhere really in the films has it indicated that Godzilla was stronger in the past than he is now, but there is direct evidence and there's like calculations we can put, whether you believe power scaling or not, that shows that Godzilla has gotten stronger than he was over the course of these movies at least. So there is evidence to suggest that Godzilla has progressively gotten stronger, but there is no evidence at all to suggest that Godzilla was at his apex during that time period. And especially because of the fact that we see earlier points of Godzilla, specifically Godzilla Awakening, or even Monarch Legacy of Monsters, that Godzilla was smaller and weaker at those points in time. There is far more evidence that suggests that Godzilla has gotten stronger than Godzilla was stronger then and has since gotten weaker, which is therefore why I don't support that assumption. But the other thing too is that even if Godzilla had gotten weaker, so too would have Scar King's forces, because the majority of the apes in that cavern prison thing are far more malnourished and smaller than the apes that are loyal to Scar King. And we could do a counting game where visually we see far more apes doing the manual labor, and we see far more apes at the end of the movie who weren't loyal or like specifically on the Scar King train, versus the apes that are pro Scar King or the ones that actually engaged in the battle. And this does not even include the fact that if Scar King had the power of Shimo while in this prison, that he couldn't have just used the power of Shimo prior to the events of this film to break out of his prison given the fact that if we are to believe what the film is telling us, then Shimo is as strong or stronger than evolved Godzilla, which, again, if we are to believe the film, is the strongest Godzilla has been. So the idea that Shimo is that powerful but can't break out of their prison, given the fact that there is an inner Hollow Earth and Scar King could easily have guided her somewhere else or any weak points in the Hollow Earth, considering the fact that Godzilla could drill through the Hollow Earth, that logic makes no sense.
Yeah, and the fact that she's literally being held down by chains made out of bones, which she could easily just freeze right through.
Mm-hmm. We could that here's the thing is that we can make an assumption that could make sense. We know Scar King controls her through pain, so given the fact that Scar King could use his crystal, more than likely there's nothing contradicting assuming that Scar King could have trained Shimo to a point where if you don't bat around your little cage thing here, I'm not going to use the crystal and hurt you. That's just a little bit of reinforced behavior. So that is a case right there where you can make an assumption based on the evidence given in the film, where at least that makes sense.
Yeah, and the fact that he put her in a little cave that's being blocked off by a flow of magma, which could sort of counteract that. To just kind of briefly, just sort of address a little bit of something that Black Rudy said about Cautum, pretty much, just for a little bit. So you said that the civilization that Godzilla is kind of hanging out in, being underwater, pretty much. So what was your point about that?
Oh yeah. My point regarding that is that the fact that the civilization is extinct and Godzilla isn't in the first place is evidence that coexistence with between Titans and humans is really not possible. I saw a comment earlier that said a civilization can end thanks to different factors. It doesn't necessarily have to be Titans. And although that is true, theoretically that is true, that doesn't really negate the fact that this isn't the first time something like this has happened. In Kingdom Kong, in between Kingdom Kong and Godzilla versus Kong, we know that Camazotz and started screwing with Skull Island, and there was a storm. My assumption.
To my recollection, the storm was caused by Ghidorah.
Right. Yeah, the storm was caused by Ghidorah, and my idea as to how that happened was okay. So the storm of Ghidorah merged with the perpetual storm system that was protecting the island and making it, making the whole thing infinitely worse and making the storm flood into the island and destroying the iwis. But that was directly just Titan intervention. If Emma Russell did not unleash Ghidorah, then that whole storm thing wouldn't have happened. And
then Ghidorah arrived in the past. That's the whole plot of the film, is that Ghidorah arrived in the past, Godzilla and Ghidorah had a fight. The whole Titans potentially had a fight with Ghidorah, and potentially that kingdom that Godzilla sleeps in was flooded by that fight, by Ghidorah causing his storms, which is potentially also why Godzilla goes to Castle Bravo during the film, because he's like, oh shit, Ghidorah's waking up again. I better tell the people that that's going to happen again, because he remembers from what happened last time.
Right. But even still, Ghidorah is still technically a Titan. And my point is that Titans caused the
an
destruction
alien invasive species Titan.
Yeah, but a Titan nonetheless.
That wants to wreck the world as we know it to suit his needs.
I would say using Ghidorah as a measuring stick for coexistence with Titans is definitely not the best.
I mean, also, yeah, in real life, we have whole civilizations that we've stumbled upon long after they've gone. We have to sort of work out what happened to them and where they went. There's oh god, what was the story?
I guess the better example would be if Florida hypothetically was its own country, and you get all the regular Florida ecosystem, so you got them gators. If Florida as a society fell apart, and it was in part due to pythons, you couldn't really say that coexistence with reptiles doesn't work, because Florida had been existing with gators long before an invasive species came in and destroyed the ecosystem.
And to your Skull Island, also to your Skull Island point, we know the skull crawlers are not exactly what normal titans are supposed to be. They are. It's presumed that they are an invasive species or something equivalent to that. We know for a fact that they are apocalyptic in some way, shape, or form.
Wait. Florida, I said hypothetical. I said literally hypothetical. Not Florida is its own country.
Yeah, if it's a hypothetical.
Probably used to be.
Well, Florida is Florida.
I can attest as someone who has been in Florida for some time. I can just tell you, Florida may as well be a different country.
As someone who lives in Florida, I can confirm we ride gators to school and to work.
How's that been treating you well?
Yeah. No, I can definitely see that point. However, we have to look at the damage done by each Titan. So, for example, Ghidorah is an invader. If we're going with the point that the skull crawlers are also invaders, and fine. You could the damage that they do to the environment is intentional, and the damage that the other Titans do is also is not intentional. We can make that argument, and I could definitely see that being the case. The issue is, however, whenever there is a Titan fight, whenever there is a skirmish between an invasive Titan and a Titan that's just trying to mind its own business, there is always going to be destruction. Like, that's inevitable. That's always going to happen. It's the same argument with Lex Luthor and Superman. Whereas, okay, there's always these aliens only come, these villains only come because Superman is here. So if we get rid of Superman, these things will stop coming. Although the flaw with that logic, however, is that that's not necessarily the case, because a lot of these aliens predated Superman. And you could also make the same argument for Godzilla. Like, you could say that, for example,
Doomsday was on Earth before Superman turned up in the comics. He landed after being shot through space on a meteor. So if Superman wasn't around, Doomsday would have just killed the Earth.
Exactly.
I think another thing too, at least in the case of coexistence, to make the best arguments, we could look at the fact that the events of GXK and Hunted, we do see that humanity has developed stronger weapons to deal with Titans, and with Mechagodzilla being able to combat one of the strongest Titans on the planet at the time, the argument can be made that if there is a better understanding of, at least in the case of Godzilla, because if Godzilla, for the most part, had kept most of the Titans in check, and then we as a society worked with Godzilla to fight off any Titans that were affecting our cities, more than likely we'd probably be fine, because the only reason why Godzilla had beef with Mechagodzilla was purely because of Ghidorah and the
as well as human actions.
Do you have headphones?
Oh, yes, I do. Sorry, I don't have a mic right now. I didn't even know the stream was happening.
Yeah. Also, check if you have echo cancellation on, because that's a thing that exists. If you go by the CanClick settings and then go to audio, one of the second thing there should be a checkbox saying echo cancellation.
It's on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Always happens.
Majay says, coexistence implies a general functioning, harmonious ecosystem, not every species holding together and holding hands. That's my response to Alice's point rather than what we were saying.
Okay. There's been some interesting backwards and forwards in the chat. It's been quite interesting.
Yeah.
Also, I think it was Fresh Madge said earlier about Shimo being Godzilla, but icy or whatever he said it was. I think in one of my videos I called her Frost Chiller.
The Wingard pretty much wanted the designer or whoever to just design Shimo as if she were Ice Godzilla.
Yeah,
which makes a lot of sense, especially when she uses her attack. The first time she uses her attack, it does the same sound effect as Godzilla's attack. the whole like
Something similar.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah, that was a similar design philosophy they had with Doug, hilariously. Because the one, I'm serious. But yeah.
Yeah, funny thing. So Black and Rudy said that I think I heard him say in like a previous stream at some point, saying that he despises Doug for some reason.
I do. I do. I really do.
I love him.
What? Why? Why is that? He's only in both movies for like 10 seconds total.
No,
I was going to
that's the
say
thing.
he's barely in the film.
Yeah, no, that's precisely why. That's precisely why. Because people do the complete opposite. He's barely in the film, and automatically, it's not so much that I hate Doug's existence as much as it is I hate people's response, and that response is projected onto Doug. So I project my hatred of people liking him for no reason onto Doug himself. If Doug looked like something out of like a Matt Alsop concept art, then I wouldn't mind half as much, because at least the design would be cool. Hell, even I proposed us a little friendship between him and Kong in that pitch I proposed for a rewritten Scar King in that clip of a stream that I posted in my channel. But like to make him useful at the very least, to make him, I don't know, make use out of him, but he's literally just there for the audience to go aw, and I hate him for that. If he had a purpose, I wouldn't hate him as much.
You could probably one thing that I thought of, because I was rewatching the MonsterVerse pitch streams a while ago. During your whole Titan War, or even during the Destroya battle, you could have Doug cause some chaos and take your rage out on him with Suko or Kong lifting him by the tail and throwing him at Destroya.
Yes, absolutely. I want it. Yeah.
Just take your rage out on the little guy.
Doug, and then I hate Boots.
I will say, like,
God, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead first.
You go. Okay. In that regard, if you hate, I'll go. Then you can go.
Okay.
In that regard, if you don't like Doug because he's in the film for so short, and yeah, I completely understand that, considering they were saying, look, Doug's coming back, he's going to be coming back, he's back in GXK. Oh, he's gone now, never mind. If the hatred for Doug stems from his lack of screen time and his underutilization, do you not like the Mothra in GXK then?
I would make a similar argument for Mothra, maybe. However, I would also argue that Mothra is at least more integral to the plot than Doug ever was, because Mothra, at the very least, has some level of consequence, and also she's pretty to look at.
Fair enough.
I mean,
I personally don't get any Doug hate, because he's more or less just a mascot creature.
Yeah.
Type thing.
I think that's the problem, is the fact that he's just like, it's like, oh hey, it's Doug, guys, and then he appears for I think like 4 seconds, and then he's gone again. With Mothra, agreed with Blackaruni that she's more integral to the plot, and to me, that makes her worse, because she's an integral plot point, and they do so little. There's actually a point in the film that I made up because I thought something better happened. When Godzilla gets frozen by Shimo when they're floating around, I thought Mothra attacks Shimo, and then Shimo attacks Mothra, which causes Godzilla to rage out because, oh no, Moth baby's been hurt, me kill Shimo. But that's not what happens. Mothra distracts Shimo, and then Godzilla just breaks out and attacks Shimo, and it's like, oh, okay, there could have been like an emotional moment there where everyone went, oh no, Mothra, and then Godzilla was the cathartic rage out that we all wanted to have. But no, they didn't have that. It just flew by, quite literally.
I thought you meant GV. I thought. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say that, like, with Doug, he's like every like meme that like the studio or like any big creative does when like a fan base takes on something, make a meme out of it, and then they put it in the movie. It's sort of like, it just feels like a hello, fellow kids, look at this, we brought him back.
Yeah.
Look at this goofy creature.
Yeah. Because, like, for example, the Parrot Frog is in the film, and like people been trying to meme him up as well, but like He just appears. He's he's more integral to the plot. He does his thing and then he goes away. Like I doubt they're gonna use him again, and therefore he'd be more preferable to Doug because they don't try to make Parrot Frog a big selling points.
Yeah,
he's like the Mr. Frog of the MonsterVerse. He just goes there, does his thing. He's like hello, and then just does a flip. Yay! He's like a Glub Shido type character. That's literally his purpose. He's a Squimblow.
He's a Squimblow Glub Shido character, and I never liked those.
They could have used the frog. That was what really annoys me. When they introduced this frog that sounds exactly like a Kong, I was like, okay, the starters, a frog, just a random frog, sounding like a Kong, and then when they actually get to him, he doesn't. It's like, what the hell? How is that so conveniently similar? But then after they introduced him, I thought, oh, when he has the fights with the Kongs later, the apes, they even come back to his territory as well. There could have been a nice, cool bit where the apes are like, wait, we hear Kong. He must be over there somewhere. Oh, it's a frog. Why is he doing? Kong's attacking. But no, they don't. It's just the frog is just there for shits and giggles.
I mean,
I was thinking that he could be used in the chase. I was thinking that he could be used in the chase scene where, say, Zuko and Kong split up in the chase, and then Zuko finds the frog that sounds exactly like Kong, and to distract the other Kongs from Kong himself so that he can escape, Zuko takes the frog, makes him bellow out the fake Kong roar, and lead the bad Kongs down to a dead end, and that leaves Kong with enough time for him to like recover. It could be like a cool diversion and a cool not just a callback, but also just proper setup and payoff. There is no setup and payoff with the frog. It's just there for us to laugh at Kong, like, haha, he's so sad.
While you're at it, you maybe could have had Doug be useful as well. Maybe have him also sick on the apes, so Kong can get away.
Yeah, I mean, there's stuff that could have been done with that.
I mean, there's cool ideas, but I don't see that they would have to do that or need to do that for a payoff.
That you could argue the same thing for the frog as well. Like the frog doesn't even need to be there.
Yeah, they don't need the frog in the first place.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I just kind of assumed that the frog is just imitated Kong's roar because he just kind of heard Kong roaring just a little bit
to the roar, and it just kind of roar as he did during the hunt.
Yeah, and when it just kind of imitates other tiny.
Sound like him.
Yeah, it just
the main issue with that. The main issue, Vic, is that although the frog isn't necessarily integral to the plot, it is in very bad taste to screw over Kong like that just to have a character moment when there are plenty of other ways to have Kong have similar character moments and truly understand a situation.
What?
Yeah, like you literally do. Like, there's a million other ways to have Kong in a situation where he roars, hears something that sounds like another roar, and it does not involve a creature.
Wait, but how is it better or worse?
It doesn't.
How is it better though?
It doesn't need to be better. It just is.
Yeah, but that's.
Wouldn't you want it to be better though?
Not really.
You could have had Kong find some ancient ape architecture or something. Like he did in GVK, he finds the old temple throne room, whatever the hell that place was.
Maybe
the Nightmare Mountain of my horrors. Yeah, you could have found one of those weird statues. They're really crude statues from GVK. Had one of those around, which is why Kong has chosen this place to search and make his home, because there's clearly old ape architecture and statues and whatnot around. You can see him walk up to one and look mournfully at it, and then you can have the bit from Andrew saying he will never find his people in this entire underground world we've only explored 5% of.
Speaking of which, they say they've only explored 5% of Hollow Earth, but when they're at the tablets again, they state that Kong was digging deeper when he was looking for other members of his kind. But if only 5% has been explored, then Kong just been going down instead of exploring further out, which means that there's still 95% of Hollow Earth that hypothetically could have these apes. Instead, Kong, for some reason, was digging deeper. And the only reason why he's digging deeper is because Scar King is underneath and they need the plot to happen.
Also,
Does
by the way,
else?
oh sorry, I was gonna say that on the case. Oh, you guys remember that movie where a guy gets a volleyball and puts a handprint on it and draws a face on it. Y'all remember that movie? Yes, that one.
Yeah, the
We
one with
could have
Tom
had.
Hanks.
Yeah. I remember now. You could have that kind of moment with Kong, and have that character moment where he's so lonely that he creates these. He sees statues of apes, right? And they're the closest thing he'll ever get to the real thing. So let's say he draws faces on them. I mean, clearly he's intelligent enough for to sign language. So it would be safe to assume that he's intelligent enough for, I don't know, to draw something out of memory. And it could also be a moment of, yeah. It could be a moment where we could see him uh just getting so lonely that he starts to make up imaginary friends and set up the expectation for what another Kong would look like and how it would behave. It could really indicate to us, okay, so this is how Kong would imagine another ape to behave. And then when we actually see them treat him, he gets even more disappointed. So that would be something. That would be infinitely better than what we have.
The
I
thing,
just
the
have an
thing
idea,
with that,
thanks to your
I
even
think
if you want
Well.
the thing with that is, I think they're all good ideas. I just don't agree that they're any better than the parrot frog thing. And I think that if they were to do something akin to like finding ruins, I think people would also critique that it already happened in GVK, and we have that.
Oh, here's one
Yeah,
for you.
that's
Based
fine,
on Blackarooni's idea, you have Kong. He's in some ruins. There's a bunch of ape statues. He's put some smiley faces, sad faces, upper faces on them, and you can clearly see he's very much into wanting to find the rest of his species, and he has all this going on around him. And you can have the thing about, oh, he feels lonely. He's never going to find him. You then go. This is something wanted. I said in one of my videos when he goes to Scar King's flipping gravel pit where they're just moving rocks backwards and forwards aimlessly. Literally in the film, you can see them literally crisscrossing each other with the rocks. I don't know where the hell they're putting these rocks. You can have it. So there's some very crude architecture there as well. You can have Scar King statues, which are all dotted about the place. When Kong returns to his place, followed by Scar King's apes, they see all the statues and start knocking them over because, no, these aren't the Scar King's statues. Oh, these are false statues. Knock them over, break them over, which then makes people go, oh, you bastards. And then at the end of the film, when Kong goes back to Scar King's place after Scar King has been defeated, they can knock over Scar King's statues and go, yay, down with Scar King. It's like a whole thematic follow through and loop round and all that sort of thing, which would be
Kumbaya.
far better than what we got in the film.
Yes, because at least it's simple, but it's there. Like you could set up the expectation for how Kong wants to, and that's actually something to your point, Animus, on the apes moving rocks in a stream that I made a couple weeks ago. I pretty much laid this super scalding hot take, this nuclear hot take, that slave owners, and it's gonna a bit of a hot take, slave owners, even though a great number of them had slaves for malicious purposes, a lot of them also had utilitarian purposes. So the fact that the slaves have zero utilitarian purpose besides making us hate Scar King because slavery is bad is cheap, and also is, ironically enough, taking advantage of slaves to make us feel bad for Kong and the slaves and to make us hate Scar King. Now, one way to fix that is to have the slaves build statues like what you said, Animus, build the statues. It could really help with the characterization of Scar King because he sees himself as a prideful person. That would be something. That would be something.
Statues, or even just some sort of structure, like a castle, fortress, palace, whatever you want it to be.
The thing with tyrants or dictators across history, all we know is that a great evil threatened the peace. Scar King's motivation is to conquer the surface world. Unless we want to assume that all his followers just want to conquer the surface world, that's not good enough of a motivation for a character that doesn't have any dialogue. Like, Does he just want to conquer the surface world because power? If so, that's a really like lame motivation, and there isn't enough visually to like make that known because there isn't any dialogue there. If like for example, like Scar King didn't like a lot. I know Dangerville like kept on making like biblical allusions to like the Scar King scene. It could literally be like a fallen angel scenario where the reason why Scar King wants to control the surface world is because he doesn't want to protect humans. He wants to rule over humans and make like a dynasty or a new empire based on the control of the apes. But like, it's his control, but then like no one else gains from it. There's so few loyalists versus the like essentially slaves, and because of that, what is the point to actually having his kingdom set up the way it is? Honestly, it could have been more interesting if Scar King was far more welcoming to Kong, and we got to see like not like a despotic society, like a dystopian one where things are good, but there's like little things here and there that are just off. And it could have been cool to see like Kong and Scar King fight side by side against some random Titan. And it shows that like, Scar King sees a use for Kong. He may not respect him in the same way that Scar views himself, but there's at least a reason why Scar King would amass his followers and get them in a position to be as strong as they could be. Because if Scar King originally almost beat Godzilla, then malnourishing and starving the majority of your people and ruling them with fear is not going to make them an effective fighting force, even with Shimo. Because again, we already know that Scar King had Shimo at one point and he lost. So having fewer numbers and Shimo does not make any sense.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I said in my stream as well.
Down there.
Thing,
yeah, in Minecraft, Animus and Black.
Right. To your thing, since you brought it up, that's actually something that I'm comparing this now to how Proximus Caesar was handled with Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes in a very similar thing. He acted far more welcoming to Noah and May, the main characters. Spoilers for Kingdom. And his entire plan was to get into a human arms vault, into a human military vault, in search of knowledge. He was not actively trying to conquer anything. All he wanted was knowledge. And as such, he acted in a far more welcoming way. And in a way, his rule was beneficial to his people. At least he viewed it as such.
Yeah, and he wasn't just treating his people like shit. You know, he was pretty much sort of like empowering them with the words of Caesar.
Say his words.
We cannot have both.
Yeah.
Say his words.
Say his words.
We cannot have both.
What a wonderful day! Bro, he is such a hype man. I love him. He's such a hype man. It almost reminds me of the speech that Paul Atreides had in Dune.
Yeah, like Paul Atreides, Mustache Man from World War II, Russian Mustache Man from World War II, Mao, Pol Pot. There was at least or even the emperors of Rome. To stay in power, there has always been a promise that you need to make to the people, and you need to keep at least the vast majority of the people happy and focused on a common enemy instead of making them afraid of you. Because the moment they are afraid of you is when your system starts to break down. And in the case of Scar King, he's like, it's not even the fact that he's like smart in this case. He's not like a mastermind. He's clearly stupid. And in that case, he's not. He's worse than a Saturday morning cartoon villain. He is the epitome of bad men that audience think is bad, and therefore he can't do anything right. And he gets his comeuppings by the heroes because the Godzillas and Zakongs are so cool. They break him like Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat, but we can't make it super gory. Aren't you ready for sequel?
Yeah. Also, if he's so stupid, then how did he get into that position of power in the first place?
True.
Yeah.
I will say
he's only gotten older, and he's clearly not like the most physically built. Unless we want to say that he was even faster back in the day. I highly again.
The one that was quite funny. I've been reading the book about the Egyptian tomb builders, because there's a town that still exists. Well, the buildings still remain because they built it out of the same stone that was like the mountains were built out of. And because it was the king's tomb builders, they had scribes and officials and whatnot counting and recording everything. So you find out the whole story of this place from start to finish. And there's a really funny bit in it where in this book they're timetabling everything, and they say there's this one guy who takes over the sort of the lead tomb builder, and people don't like him, but for some reason he stays popular. What's one of the things he stays popular for? Is that, well, apparently he's a massive drunk, so he likes getting drunk and just having parties, so people find him funny. But also he was massive womanizer to the point where he would sleep with other people's wives to their knowledge, and they would be fine with it because the women really liked it. So it's just a really weird thing of. And then you see in GXK, what do we see in literally like a 5-second shot? Scar King throws a bit of meat, and all behind him is this massive harem of ape women and red-haired children. You're just like, wow, this guy's a player. This is probably why he's in charge. You just slept through
I didn't even know that was the case until Braden pointed out to me, because like the lighting in that movie is just so abysmal that I can't really distinguish.
I missed it the first time. I had to watch it on Amazon. So,
The other thing is that like apes generally are smart enough that if you have an abusive troop leader, all the other apes are like, "Yo, bro, let's all just mob this guy." And the only way that Scar King stays in power is if he uses Shimo, which, again, Shimo is not going to be strong enough or fast enough to stop a bunch of apes from grabbing the crystal from Scar King and using it on Scar King. So that's out of the equation. And what happens to bad troop leaders in ape groups is never pretty.
Right. Let me
you should see what chimpanzees do to other apes.
Actually, one sec. Going back to the whole like worse than a Saturday morning cartoon show, another similar comparison that I thought of was Axor from the Hanna-Barbera series. His rule was tyrannical, but there is a good reason behind it being that. I think, if I remember correctly, it was something involving mind control.
Axor had some kind of control over his subjects.
Yeah, it was a forceful control, but still a control.
Yeah, whereas the only reason Scar King controls is because of fear. There's no like direct power he has over his minions, and there is far more slaves than there are loyalists.
I would do you guys one better. Like Scar King could take a note or two from Immortan Joe, pretty much. Like when you stop and think about it, he has a harem of unwilling wives to bear children for him. He's trying to lead forces and what have you, to do his will. But here's the thing: Immortan Joe, he's pretty much like just sort of playing up like just give me a second. He's basically treating himself like a god, and like his followers see him as a god. He doesn't really abuse his followers. He just has them like under this like sort of school of thinking to where like if they die, with glory and what have you, they will pretty much go to Valhalla. That's why they're willing to die. Scar King, it ain't got shit in terms of that.
I would also say something that
do not, my friends, become addicted to water.
Oh no, King of Candor in one of my streams, in the stream that I did, the last stream that I did, he said that villains that want power for a reason, and he also brought up Thanos. Thanos wanted power because he believed that with that power, he could prevent the same thing that befell onto his society to happen to other societies. So he wants to save the universe, basically. And of course, and that also reminded me of something Mahler said in regards to Thanos, because he said, we all know that, Thanos' plan doesn't really make sense because, of the logistics, he could just double the resources. But do you believe that Thanos believes his plan makes sense? And that got me thinking, well, that's probably the best way to describe a character, right? Because if you're trying to characterize a villain that wants power, okay, why does he want power? If the plot of the story doesn't really make much sense, then it's going to have to be carried by the character writing, and that's exactly what Infinity War was. And although the plot was a bit all over the place, it was carried significantly by the by the character work, which obviously puts it above a lot of MCU projects and even Endgame itself. Infinity War will always be better than Endgame. Let's just be real here.
Another thing, real quick, because Mateo says it, the implication is Scar King is still stronger than the other apes. He's stronger, but he's definitely not stronger than the numerous number of apes that he has under his sway.
It's still one, two.
I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that for a second.
I don't believe it, but even if I'm going to grant you and Steelman that position, there's still far too many apes for him to be like, yeah, I could totally beat every single one of them in a fight if every single one of them came and jumped me.
Have you seen A Bug's Life?
Yeah.
Yes.
There you
Are
go.
we gonna be the ant scene? Yeah.
Yeah, there's that.
I wanted to point some. Oh no, go on.
No, you go.
I wanted to point something out earlier because once you start thinking, because we're talking about like the idea that, well, we are told that they were trapped in this. They were trapped in basically a world. I don't know how you trap somebody in a world, but yeah. Anyway, they were trapped underground. They were trapped in this subterranean bit of a subterranean world, and they have the huge great area to play with, and all they do is stick inside this gravel pit, and it's this whole thing of just like, why isn't there civilization? Why haven't they built this? Where's the statues? Where's the palaces? Where's all the? They could have done all sorts of things with this, and then we're discussing here, why is Scar King still in charge? Why hasn't he been overthrown? Why this? Why? And all of this discussion, and then you take into account that in the Iwi story, it says, oh, Shimu was down there for some reason. Then you've got the confusion of, was she down there before? Was she up there? But it specifically says her powers caused the last ice age, which then gives us a time frame of how long the apes could have been down there for.
Yeah.
The last ice age started, where is it? 115,000 years ago. So that could, if she
Well, no,
started
because remember,
it,
see,
and then they
I
got
mentioned that
buried.
earlier too. Yeah.
If she started it and then immediately got buried, they've been down there over 100,000 years. Best case scenario, they've been down there 12,000 years. So Scar King has been Scar King for minimum, or best case scenario, 12,000 years.
There
And
is no.
look at
no
where they live. Just look at where they live. It's a pit. Have they just been
Here's the other
moving
thing,
rocks
too.
backwards and forwards for
Compare-
12,000 years?
No, you compare
There's
this
also
to
another
something.
worse problem because in the book, and again, purely outside of the film, in the book, they state that like that ice age, there's a bunch of like certain ice sheets that apparently meant that like this freeze happened almost instantaneously. So that makes the timeline even shorter for Shimo to have caused an ice age and get kicked down there, ignoring the fact that in the beginning he should have already had the crystal because it literally shows him there and there's no evidence to say otherwise.
Yeah, how do you trap someone in a world that I just read that comment and I can't. Now that I think about it, like you can't really trap someone if they're in a world if they are banished to a world, then they're not exactly trapped. Like, oh no, Godzilla has banished me to this massive expanse of land. Whatever shall I do? And on the top of the fact, like the place that the Scar King and his troops are supposedly trapped in, they're not really trapped. They can just walk out at any time.
Bro, I'm trapped. Why can't you let me out?
It's like the dog. No, it's like the dog that's barking from the other side of the fence, but the fence is open.
No, we don't actually see the apes leave until the cavern collapses. We have an entire sequence. Then they head up. Then the Monarch facility is killed.
But the Monarch facility
I have a point to bring up on that.
Wait, so how did Kong enter then?
There's the
because he found it after the cavern was collapsed. the cavern fell apart because of the chase with the dogs at the start of the movie. The spike pit trap was below the ground. Then the spike trap collapsed in on itself, and everything fell apart.
But
So
here's the
that
other
was the
thing,
same
And then he
place.
went down.
Minecraft. The problem is that
Monarch
even,
used their
like,
sinkhole detection
Zemo could
system,
still
didn't you
escape.
see?
Hmm?
Sorry, I talked over
Shimo
you
could
there.
have.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. Don't worry. Shimo
Yeah.
could have still been used to help them escape because Shimo is
Yes.
still stronger. At least in the film wants to present the fact that Shimo is stronger than Evolved Godzilla. Evolved Godzilla in this film is supposedly stronger than Godzilla was in GXK and GVK. GVK Godzilla could burrow through the two hollow earth with his breath. Shimo's breath is able to counter and completely freeze Godzilla. Ergo, Shimo is strong enough to weaken materials because she's also able to stop the pyramid. So Shimo could have, at certain points in the mini inner hollow earth, broken into regular hollow earth and got into portals that weren't guarded by the Iwi.
I could also levy the point, however, that even if that were the case, then they wouldn't really know where to have Shimo aim. But again, I would also have to ask, like, is the place where the cave collapsed really the exact happened? Was the spike trap cave thing collapsing the exact same place where the entrance to the Hollow Earth was? Because I'm pretty sure that Zuko took Kong through an entire expanse of land. Well, I say land; it's
Yeah.
mostly
yeah,
multiple
there's
rock.
There's
Yeah.
a
Inner
brief
hollow earth
shot.
has all this extra land.
There's a brief shot where when the entrance opens up, we see like the remains of one of those like wolf creatures like just falling it down into it. So it has to be that same spot where Kong set up that trap.
I think Blackaroonie was meaning
see-
is that the spot where
It
Godzilla
isn't
buried them?
exactly.
No.
So if we're talking about the pit is several feet closer to the cliffside where the canyon is, and then it sort of starts like a few feet, or I don't know, a few Titan feet away from where the pit was, where the dog collapses in, and essentially the whole canyon floor collapses in because of the boulders that fell on it.
Oh shit!
And then that leads down into a large, pitfall.
Sorry, I've just because when I was talking about this in one of my videos, I talked about the fact that Kong had to walked all the way to Scar King's place, and then had to walk all the way back again with frostbite, which would have pained like a bugger.
Yes.
And then climbed
even-
up
not
that
even
sheer
walk,
faced
run.
crystal cave.
So
Run,
the
yeah,
entire
run all the
trek
way
was
back
just a
with
circle then?
frostbite on.
Was it?
Sorry?
I don't think it was
Sorry.
a circle. No.
No, I was asked because like the trajectory of the journey, like from the very beginning of the movie of Kong and the devil dogs and and then going down into that segment of the Hollow Earth, that
Real
undiscovered layer, and then going back into Scar King's lair. Was that all just like a circle? Did Kong just walk in a circle? Because if that's the same
No,
place,
It's a straight line. It goes down, goes a straight line to Scar King's place, then goes all the way back again with frostbite. But I've just realised, because we were saying about like, is it the same place and whatnot? And when I was watching it the second time on Amazon this time, I thought to myself, is that the same place they come? Because I couldn't remember whether they showed them climbing back up. Because holy crap,
The
how the hell
geography
did they
is
climb
different
back up that
when the
crystal
apes
cave?
climb up.
It's not the same place. It's not the same place.
Real
The
quick,
place that
also,
Kong
Mateo in the
jumped
chat
down was sorry.
I was gonna say Mateo says, wouldn't the ice just make it harder to dig? No, because the ice permeating and freezing an object to such a low temperature would cause it to shatter if you hit it with enough force. And again, Shimo is stronger than Godzilla, so if Godzilla is strong enough to tank his own attacks, which is the case in GVK, then Shimo would be able to freeze objects and then break them. Therefore,
also the
allowing
fact
for-
that
in
the idea that they
nature-
can't dig ice is just absurd, considering that these are giant nuclear titans that can level cities. Like if they can destroy entire buildings, and they can destroy ice.
The Titans not digging, but these are still apes. They have tools.
on top of that as well, yeah, they have tools, so they don't need like the idea that they can dig through ice just because it's a little harder than concrete. It's just absurd. I don't even think that's the
Also,
case either.
nature, ice breaks rocks. There's the natural formation of water gets into cracks in rocks. It freezes. The water expands as it turns into ice and just breaks rocks open. So
Yeah, but not
imagine that
immediately.
on a faster scale.
Well, not immediately, but if you're dealing with such low temperatures like that and something so massive, you're just gonna break it.
Yeah, also
easily.
dealing with like supernatural Shimu ice breath bollocks.
And that's like
you imagine that hard being
a
faster.
little bit of survival knowledge for you guys. Anytime you're out camping, sometimes it's good to put rocks on fire if you're trying to cook. If you don't have like pans or anything, make sure that the rocks are very dry. They're nowhere near water, because if you put rocks that are wet on fire, the water will expand and then the rock will start to break apart, and you'll get a little shrapnel on your face. So there you go.
Good to know. I was also going to bring up a question. I was also going to bring up the question of Scar King's heated like magma layer dampening Shimo's powers, but we don't see him do that because she's still able to shoot her ice beam, and we see as she steps, she freezes the ground. We see frost forming on the ground as she's walking out of her cage. So the heat probably wouldn't be enough to dampen her abilities, and even then. Again,
I imagine that's just to torture her.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Which in that case, why?
Also, just again, just to bring back the point, we're saying about how could they get out of this place? Where could they go? They've been trapped, quote unquote trapped down there, and who knows how could they get out of there? Again, 12,000 years.
I was about to bring that up.
You could come up with something in 12 millennia.
Yeah, you'd think with all that time, Scar King and his forces could have just put the resources together to get out of their quote unquote trapped situation, and instead of looking for something specific like the Iwi civilization, just scour the hollow earth and find a portal. Like, the Iwi civilization down there isn't the only place where there's portals to the surface world. They could literally just look anywhere.
If it was something like a gate, if it was something like, say, the Fiery Realm or Scar King's Palace or something was walled off, and after 1,000 years of chipping, the magma area did actually dampen Shimo's powers, but after 12,000 years of chipping at the thing, then they got out. That would have made a bit more sense.
Wait, I just realized something. So Anima said 12,000 years, you said, right? Trapped in the Hollow Earth? So the slave apes, spend 12,000 years moving rocks for no reason whatsoever.
Yes, moving rocks. This is what I mean about... This is what I was saying about the whole, there's no civilization down there. They've been down there for so... A really good plot point could have been that Scar King wanted to take over the world and he got buried, and he's like, right, we're going to get back up there, but first we kind of need somewhere to live. Everybody start building me a house to build. And then 12,000 years later, Kong comes along, and there's this just an expansive civilization in this really rugged, horrible place that mostly suits Scar King. Like, he's got this great big massive house and a huge throne and all this sort of thing, and all the other apes in little huts or whatever.
Like ancient Mesopotamia, but for giant apes.
Yes, exactly. He could have done that and then shown it to be like Scar King had just got lazy. He's like, I'll go evade the world at some point, maybe after I've had sex with 12 more ape women, maybe.
I have a question.
Kong comes along with the flipping... I can't believe they didn't make anything of this. He comes along with the Godzilla axe, and Scar King goes, wait a minute, I recognize that. Where did he come from? Right, guys, we need to go. And he could have gone that way, but no. The visual storytelling in this film is absolute bollocks. They went on about the fact that, oh, look, we don't have humans in this film for huge chunks of the film. That allows for
something that I do commend the movie for.
And then there's just...
Clearly, they do want the humans in there.
Oh, so I'm out of bounds out because I'm getting food with my dad. So,
all right,
Papa Zim. Piece to Papa Zim is going to be Zim, Papa Zim, and Zim Jr. going out to grab some sushi. So
Nice.
y'all have a
Enjoy your
good
sushi.
one. And Black,
That's a lot
if
of
there's
fish.
That is a lot of fish. If you guys can't find anyone for your third for the anti-condom side, let me know. We'll just make it a 2v3, but I will still be moderating for you guys and all that. So again, I'll be working on the thumbnails and everything tomorrow and have the link posted tomorrow as well. So everyone come to the Rumble in the Jungle, the Thunderdome experience, the cage match of the century, the COD debates.
The greatest gladiator match in the history of the world.
God versus man. Man versus knight. The son of Krypton versus the bat of Goth. Oh wait, no, wrong movie. Sorry.
Wait, CC versus CGF. Worlds of Mine versus Black.
Hey,
Let us go.
let them fight.
Before you go, let me just say, the reason I love Shimu is because she reminds me of Godzilla 98.
Get out.
Of course.
Get out.
On the stream. You are lucky.
Of course.
I'm about to kick you right now.
You are lucky you are not on my stream, and you're dozens of states away from me on the other side of this.
Godzilla
country.
98 is better than GXK. Let's be fair.
Hey, listen, my job in the military is to build missiles. I can build missiles and just send one over to him.
There you go, my man. Peace out, guys. Have a good one.
Peace out.
See you, man.
See ya.
Yeah.
Vic,
Were you gonna say something, Minecraft?
Yeah, fun fact. Zim is 5,000 meters from your location and rapidly approaching.
I just like the idea of Blackaroonie building a bomb and then just posting it. Posting the bomb.
The Black Bomber.
I'm going to send this to you. Guys, can you fire this for me? No? Oh, god damn it. Right. How much is postage?
I will finish what Ted Kaczynski started.
You can get two birds with one stone, Black, since I live in LA and I know you don't like LA.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got something prepared for LA.
You just got yourself now.
I already knew that, but yeah, no. Just you wait and see, California. I'm going to fix all your problems in one fell swoop.
He will face his fear.
Anyways, so we've gone into quite a bit about Scar King and how kind of stupid he is. Let's talk about another.
Please.
Hold on. Well, let's not get into that just a minute. I actually kind of want to go over a little bit about how so I got my notes here, and we've actually even gone over like some points in my notes already. One thing that we haven't gotten into is just how kind of almost like what a cavalier attitude like Monarch is about letting Godzilla do his thing on the surface world, and just not properly like evacuating cities,
God,
like
okay, yeah.
Big
we're
monster.
Related to what Blackaroonie was just talking about.
I just want to state first.
Yeah.
Rio was a completely different mess. That probably could not have been stopped. One, because they had no idea what these portals led. Two, because Scar King and Shimo, they had just been discovered. Yeah. And three, the Titans had just shown up out of nowhere, functionally speaking. So Rio had no time to evacuate.
Yeah, which is why it would have to be like if the next MonsterVerse movie is going to be set after GXK, goddamn, like seriously, they have to address this. They have to address the collateral damage.
For the love of God, please talk about. For the love of God, don't just address Rio, but for the love of God, address the Mass Awakening. Like that was
the Mass Awakening he's addressing.
That was an extinction level event.
In specifically GXK, obviously Rio is going to be one of those things that's just like, yeah, there's a big excuse as to why they couldn't get everybody out, but Jesus Christ, the amount of people who died there, Jesus.
Yeah.
But
Rio was probably more egregious. No,
what about Rome?
Yeah.
What about
Rome?
France?
Rome would absolutely be more consequential.
Spain. Why the fuck did Godzilla walk through Spain?
Why did
It will
Because he's
take him
Godzilla.
far longer
France
to
all
walk
the
through
way to
Spain and
Spain?
swim round it.
France. He attacked a nuclear reactor.
On the coastline.
Why do they
of
still
France?
have nuclear reactors in the first place?
That's
I don't know.
another good question.
Yeah,
That is
I saw a picture of the Scar King when he was about to whip a building at Kong, and in that picture, it was zoomed in. There was a guy in the window, exactly
my-
where the
Really?
spine.
A zoomed in pic?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a guy inside, and that guy's dead. That guy probably had a life. He had a loving wife, a new wife since his old wife probably died of
How do
cancer.
you know it was a wife? Maybe it was a husband.
Oh well, I could tell because the ring he was holding hands with his wife behind him. So,
Okay.
it was his new
I'm
wife.
just thinking,
He got new married.
You don't need to start thinking about, oh, well, if you look in the window, there's a person here. As soon as Shimo pops up, Scar King gets her to just ice breath so many buildings in one go. So literally people going, wow, what the hell is going on? That literally just building upon building upon building. Thousands, possibly millions die within seconds of them arriving.
Yeah.
And then Godzilla,
I mean-
Jesus Christ, Godzilla trying to kill Scar King. It's just vaporizing so many buildings. You're just thinking to yourself, there
You
are
know that
people
teeth-
trying to get out of there, and
Yeah,
the
that
last thing they
tooth-
see is just this
as
big
of-
pink light.
That tooth
For
that
reference,
Kong.
as of 2020, Rio de Janeiro's population was 6.748 million. GXK takes place 7 years later. You'd imagine the population's increased from that. How many people have died?
Yeah.
Wasn't
No,
it
see, it's
said
fine
that
because people in
Behemoth,
Rio screw like rabbits, so it's fine.
Didn't Behemoth rampage in Rio during the awakening?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Behemoth was there. Behemoth was there, so it's likely the population was even less than that.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, there was. You guys remember that tooth that Kong knocked out of Scar King? That there was a dog under that tooth, and yeah, Kong indirectly killed a dog. I bet you're real mad at him now.
Yeah, hold on, bullshit. Hold on, let me check here.
No, I'm
I have the
kidding.
tweet pulled up.
I'm kidding.
I'm gonna pull it up right now. I swear to God.
No, I'm kidding, but it's Brazil, all right? There's always going to be that one dog, and because like Brazil,
Oh.
especially like the rural areas, it's a lot like my home country. There's always just dogs just wandering around in the streets. Like a bunch of them too. Like you can't even imagine how big the stray dog population is in countries like those, especially in the rural areas. So there is a pretty high chance that even if it's not in the movie explicitly, at least 10 dogs died in that fight. 10 adorable
I
puppies died.
want to point something out. I noticed it when I was rewatching it, and it's people talk about Rio and the amount of people dying in Rio because obviously a lot of people are going to die in Rio, but thankfully GXK just so happens to never show anybody being killed in this massive fight where millions of people die.
Yeah, because
But
they don't
Because
get
if you did, then they would have to think of the implications, and we can't have that in our big budget monster movie.
When Shimu and Scar King arrive, Scar King goes flying out of the portal and lands on the beach. And
Yeah.
as soon as he lands on the beach, I thought to myself, it is incredibly, insanely, stupidly lucky that he manages to land on the only patch of beach in Rio where there aren't people on it.
I've noticed that
It's
too.
not
God, I sure
not a
love my
blood
bloodless
stain.
destruction.
Not a
It does
blood
show
stain
that
in
people at
sight.
that time were running away. You can see the little people running away from the beach.
Yeah,
Those
but
people are
this
dead,
is
by the way.
Rio. That
Yeah.
beach was absolutely
That's not everywhere.
packed with people. Packed. And he lands on a completely clear. I don't just mean clear as in there's no people on it. There's no beach towels. There's no deck chairs. There's nothing on there. He just lands on a completely empty piece of beach.
Mm. I did think it was pretty neat that Scar King lands and recovers the same way Sugo did when he tripped on Kong's axe.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
by the way.
That's
I'll
neat.
hold you to that. I have something to say. So regarding the destruction, Minecraft World said that there's no possible way that Monarch could have accounted for that. Could there have been a way that they could have anticipated that if the full force of Monarch was sent down there as soon as they heard there was a new civilization discovered and there were these massive titans that may or may not. Oh, I don't think they could have known about Scar King as soon as they did, but Monarch is not just like 5 people, and the military is also not 5 people. So, could there not have been a situation where, as soon as they realized that the surface world was in danger, they could have called as many governments as they could to assist in the evacuation of Rio, as well as to minimize the collateral damage by redirecting the destructive path of the Titans fighting
There's-
somewhere else?
The thing with
That's
that
too-
is
That's
that
fair, actually. That's
the
fair.
thing with that is that there is no well-established communication in the Hollow Earth. The signals there are terrible because you have the characters who state that they can't reach the base even before or after it's destroyed. Eileen wasn't able to signal for an SOS when Mikhail died. And then you also have like the interrupted video call when Hampton was telling her about Godzilla changing and stuff.
So, how did they get the giant arm there if they had no communication?
It was in the Hollow Earth already.
What?
It was in the Hollow
Yeah,
Earth
it was
already.
It was
They-
at the
they
base that was
state-
completely and
they
utterly
state-
destroyed.
Yeah, they state they shipped the prototype down to the Hollow Earth.
Just
Outpost
in
1.
time. Okay then. So how long would it have taken for them to go back up and warn as soon as they warn everybody as soon as they found
Well, they
out
said
the truth?
the portal they came down through was 50 clicks, 100 clicks from the forward base. So they were 50 kilometers away from the portal they came down through.
And is their heave damaged, or can they just go on the heave and just
No, the
travel
heat
back?
was landed miles just walking distance away, as far as I remember.
Like 2 miles from the I guess the
So yeah,
the
it's
wall.
possible. So yeah, it's definitely possible that they could have rallied for help. Granted,
Thank you,
you're also
Mexican kid.
Oh, what?
Sorry.
Yeah, the Mexican
Oh.
kid said, yeah, the convenient right arm was there for Kong's right arm in the right place at the right time, pretty much. So
nice.
I
And
do
also, the
want to
medicine in the right arm fixed his. This is something I thought happened, and people said possibly wasn't the case. Yeah, it was the case. The whatever the hell was in the arm, Trapper says, "Yep, that should fix up Con's frostbite nicely."
Floop
So,
juice.
Yeah,
I'm always the proponent that everything there was set up since the beginning.
What was?
The Beast Glove, Trapper had
No. The book absolutely foreshadows Project Powerhouse multiple times. In fact, it properly foreshadows Scar King too, but the movie doesn't.
And that's
Yeah,
precisely the problem. The movie doesn't like, and we watched the movie. I shouldn't need to buy another book when I already bought the tickets for the movie.
Project
Yeah.
Powerhouse is mentioned at the beginning of the film.
Also, since I brought up the book, I just want to quickly shout out Greg Keyes for his work on these books. Like, he does a really damn good job at keeping the lore as consistent as he can.
Yeah,
that poor soul.
It's at least somewhat
But yeah,
well written.
I
So,
think
yeah,
Sea
props
Monster,
to
you were
him.
asking about it. Yeah, you can hear Project Powerhouse being brought up in the interview with Eileen Andrews.
It is.
What?
When was this? Was that at the start of the film?
Yeah, in the start of the film when they have the show the Monarch base and stuff, the interviewer
Outpost 1?
mentions Project Powerhouse.
Here, hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up here. So is it like right after the title came up?
After the
let me-
title
let me try
card,
it.
yeah, after the title.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
After the
give me-
title
give me a
card,
second.
and
I'm gonna- And as all right, I'm just gonna try to pull up the clip actually. So, which is, I can easily just pull up the GXK extended preview thing that Warner Brothers put out on YouTube. So,
When they
Right.
uploaded that, I just opened the video, disliked it, and closed it.
I'm just watching the clip now just to see if there's any mention of it.
Also, just to say, Mateo says, to be fair, I think the glove could fit on both hands. It kind of builds itself on the hand.
No.
For the right hand, though.
Yeah, the thumb was on the right, on the left.
Yeah, we see the blueprint on the right hand. I think it's specifically the right hand, actually.
Well, the blueprint is for Gypsy Danger.
Here, hold on. We gotta listen to the clip here.
Godzilla's fighting the battles we can't.
I haven't seen any mention of it yet. Sorry, what?
Here, hold on. What after the title card? I think that's what Vic said. So hold on. Let me pull it up here. Hold on.
Well, I've just got to the Scylla fight.
No, it's after that. So here, hold on.
After
I got
the
it.
Scylla fight.
Also, hilariously, the Scylla fight has more weight in the book, but is just as underwhelming.
Can I just say that apparently Bernie's notes mislabels her as Charybda.
Charybdis.
Charybda. No, it says Charybda. It's Charybda, Charybdis. Either way. In Rome, he labeled the event in Rome as Godzilla fighting Charybda.
I mean, close enough. They're right. They're roommates, so there's that. But still, close enough, I guess.
Here, let me hold on. Let me try to pull it up here. Let's see. All right. All right. Here we go. Okay, they said millions of taxpayer dollars going into Hollow Earth and advancements in tech.
I guess you could make a mental
Project
leap and
Powerhouse
assume.
is specifically named
Where?
in the interview.
Not the interview during the credits. Basically there is a bit right after GX Godzilla Kong: The New Empire title card pops up. We cut to Outpost 1, and you could kind of hear as if it's in the background, TV of news talking about this.
I completely skipped past that bit because we said interview, so I was just like, I'm looking for Andrews somewhere.
Oh, it's in the background, huh? So it's like.
Oh, yep, they mentioned Project Powerhouse. Yep, I heard it.
Oh.
So, okay, Vic. All right, so point to Vic, I guess.
Okay, we'll give you that.
Point to Vic. I give him half a point, though, because the fact that they build it specifically to cure frostbite, like the floop juice, that was hella convenient.
I wish that little bit there wasn't so in the background to where an audience member could easily miss it, but it is there.
Not if you pay attention, brothers. I paid attention. I call it my first viewing. So
I would compare.
I didn't even know it was a thing until you guys just mentioned it here.
I watched the movie twice. That was just suffering for me. So
I watched
the fact
it
that I didn't
5
notice
times. I pay attention to films. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
No,
I've been paying attention to this film. My head hurts from just trying to pull my own brain out my ears.
Trying to pay attention to this movie is like
I paid attention to the movie, but also just took it on its own terms. So
I pay attention to movies as well, and I even paid attention to this one. But yeah, I will admit I did kind of miss that detail.
I only pay attention to movies if there's any potential for them being good. I'm not going to pay attention to Venom: The Last Dance, and I'm going to enjoy myself because I love those movies.
Then how could you ever critique it the right way?
Because I don't plan on critiquing Venom: The Last Dance. I'm just there.
Yeah. Venom: The Last Dance is the only one of those Sony Spider-Man movies that I'm actively invested in. Well, the Venom movies, period. I actually think Let There Be Carnage was incredibly underrated.
They mischaracterized Carnage heavily.
I know, that's why I consider it incredibly underrated.
No, I said they mischaracterized it.
I'm joking.
Oh, okay.
I'm joking. It's just It's but I do think there is a lot. I do think Let There Be Carnage is a fun film. So
It makes you wonder, like, if Venom Last Dance is actually going to be the last Venom movie, how in the fuck are they going to carry over the rest of that dumpster fire of a universe?
Funny thing, I had a dream this morning that they're going to that they're going to introduce anti-Venom, and they're going to create like this new offspring for Venom that they're going to introduce in the MCU. It literally came to me in a dream.
Oh my fucking
god!
You must have some Iwi powers then, brother.
Here's the thing.
Are we
based
sure
on
you're not
multiverse-
Gia's physical manifestation?
Maybe.
Here's the
I don't
thing.
know.
The funny thing about this, according if we were to go by multiverse of madness logic, which is a paradox pretty much in and of itself, then that Venom offspring would cause an incursion in the MCU.
Yeah, but you really think they care about that?
What are
Like,
those?
Like if they don't care about if they don't care about a giant dead god sticking its fingers in its face in the middle of the ocean, who cares about these giant cosmic events like incursions? What's an incursion? That hasn't been a thing since Multiverse of Madness.
That's why I said multiverse of madness logic is a paradox in and of itself, because it's like the antithesis of logic. Really.
It's like anti-logic. The anti-logic equation.
I did describe GVK as being the MCU-fication of the MonsterVerse, because the way the MCU has slowly become worse and worse over the years, and becoming this just nonsense universe that nobody takes seriously anymore. And then GVK,
we'll see if it picks
the
up.
monsters.
We'll see if it picks up with the next one. I think it will, but if it picks up with seriousness with the next one, because
I'm
hoping that, especially with the director they're bringing in, I'm really hoping it goes back to being a bit more serious. But with GVK off for a downward trend, and then GXK comes on to basically prove my point.
I'm not necessarily asking for G14 levels of serious. Not that I hated G14's levels of seriousness, but caught him.
If they did, I wouldn't be sad about it.
I want the Mist level of seriousness. I want to see the Mist, but in Godzilla form.
The fact that we still have hope for the next MonsterVerse movie to kind of go back to seriousness and to be better than the Wingard films means that the MCUification of the MonsterVerse hasn't completely happened yet, or hasn't completely come to fruition.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be there's been a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to GXK, because even people who I've seen talk about, Chris Stuckman had bad things to say about GXK. Considering what his reputation is at the minute, that's a hell of a thing.
Yes.
Yeah, even if I did enjoy the movie, I think it would benefit, the MonsterVerse itself would benefit from taking it a bit more seriously every now and then.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, there's a case to be made that what do we mean by taken seriously? We mean it doesn't make fun of itself, it's not ashamed of itself, because we can say the universe can take itself seriously, but not also not be a serious movie. So we have to establish that distinction. I would argue that it's a case for both, in tone and the film taking itself seriously, because a lot of the time, the film just comes across as it's just ashamed of itself. And it's sad.
That for GXK. I don't see any of that.
NN in the chat just brought up, I want to see Shaun of the Dead leaves of seriousness in my character-driven Godzilla movie. Shaun of the Dead is a comedy film. It's a funny film. It has horror aspects in it, and the characters are consistent and have arcs, and it's a well-made film with a lot of plot and characterizations and whatnot. It's a very well-made film, which is why it's not taken the piss out of so much, because it's a funny film, but it's deliberately funny and it's well written.
Yeah, there's
Godzilla
Dawn of the Dead. Yeah,
doesn't have any of that bollocks. I don't even know what Godzilla X Con is meant to be, other than noise.
It's a show. It's a show a callback. Okay, you're just a grifter. It's a show a callback.
Eric Carter called it the Wingard's just faulty ideas from GVK. The every idea that he had for GVK.
Godzilla 98. I watched that recently, and then fucked up the recording of it. So I'm gonna have to rewatch it to re-record it again. But when I was watching it, I was thinking to myself some of the things that people said about the film at the time, which was it borrows a lot from other films. And yeah, I saw a lot of Jaws in there. I saw a lot of Jurassic Park in there. When watching GXK, I'm seeing the exact same stuff going on. I'm thinking, well, that's from 300. That's from Crocodile Dundee. That's from this film. That's from that film. This borrowed from this. That's borrowed from that. I'm just sitting there thinking, Jesus Christ, this GXK is doing the things that Godzilla 98 did, but worse somehow.
See that, Vic? 98 is a better movie than GXK. You can sleep soundly tonight.
Well, it's
Godzilla
great that you
98
think
is a better
that.
film
I'm
than Shin
happy.
Godzilla.
I think 98 is the greatest.
I am
ever.
going to stand by that. Godzilla 98 is better than Shin Godzilla.
Yeah,
No,
I agree.
Although I have recently come across the more glaring issues of Shin Godzilla, I would not go that far, and for two reasons.
Oh, I would.
Number
I would.
one,
I will.
number
Actually, I'll
one,
link you my Shin Godzilla Fractured Diamond Part 3. You can go through their absolutely balked plan and their execution of it.
No, I
If you can
agree
get
with the
through
bot
that,
plan. No. I agree
if
with
you
the
can
bot
get through that plan, that video, and come out the end of it going, yeah, well, it's still better than Godzilla 98. I want to know reasons.
No, I
Because
have two
bloody
reasons.
hell.
I have two reasons. My first reason is the soundtrack, and my second reason is
The soundtrack is not good. The soundtrack is not good. Godzilla 98 has a really good soundtrack. I don't know if people
Oh, yeah.
actually. I'm not one for
I-
music,
I was listening
but
when I
Godzilla
made,
98 soundtrack is great.
yeah, when I was looking for music for my Titanis Gojira versus Titanicus video a few months ago. I was listening to the '98 soundtrack. That is really well done. Good God!
Yeah.
Like, the
And
opening
then
titles alone, the
Shin
one that I ended
Godzilla
up including.
soundtrack, they use the worst version of the Godzilla theme, which is the least dramatic version of it, and it's used to bolster a scene which is literally just Godzilla walking. He's not even doing anything exciting. It's just him walking. They're just we need to put this music in to make him look epic. And then a lot of the other music is borrowed from other IPs. Like what was it?
Like you compare
Oh, I
that.
thought you meant like the music
compare that to
structurally.
you compare that to something like -1's use of the tracks. They only used it 3 times, and they made it for those specific scenes. The Godzilla March on Ginza was him attacking Ginza. That is meant to be a bombastic sequence. The King Kong versus Godzilla track was a bit more upbeat and chanting. Thus, it's meant for us to root for the humans.
I didn't notice
And
that
then-
when I was in cinema. In rewatching it at home, I noticed the Godzilla themes and the Mothra themes and stuff like that being remade. Oh God, they were awful. Why did they do that to those songs?
Really?
Okay, I will give you this.
-1?
The recycling is obviously a problem, but I was thinking of the more original. Well, I say original because, because I haven't heard those tracks in anywhere else but Shin Godzilla. There's okay. First of all, there's the Who Will Know. There's Persecution of the Masses. Those are like the usual picks. Those are like the usual picks. But my top favorite is Defeat Is No Option, which I think it's a very terrifying, horrifying track. That track is criminally underrated.
I hate Who Will Know in the context of the movie. On its own, it's okay. But in the context of the movie, oh my God, the way it's handled, it serves as the entire crux for Godzilla's motivation in that film. For Godzilla, not motivation, character in that film. Godzilla has no character in that movie outside of that one song, and it's being sung to us. It is being told to us. We have no other instance in the movie. And then to add insult to injury, it is relegated to the background, drowned out by everything else that is happening during that scene. We have oh my
Also,
God.
tell me
Okay,
you
you know what?
understood
I
everything
get it.
that was being sung in that song when it was happening. Because all I could hear during that song was
Okay, you know what? I will give you
How are you
that.
supposed to get anything out of it during the film? And then,
Okay.
the explosions, the lasers, and everything else that's going on.
Okay, in the context of the film, I can definitely understand because the the lyrics are, well, first of all, they're sung in English, but the people singing them have very thick accents, so it doesn't sound like it's English. But the what's it called? The lyrics are this like tragic. I guess you could. I don't know what you would call it, but it's like this tragic thing.
I think there's a word for it.
There's probably a word for it, but um, the the lyrics. Who will know something of me? I am lost. No one knows. There's no trace of
Yeah.
my yearning. It's like this mournful, uh, like prayer to God, I guess.
Yeah, it sounds
Um,
like
But
It sounds like
coming
what
from
he's saying
Godzilla
is
doesn't really make
a-
much sense, though.
yeah.
So,
Who will
Shin
know?
Godzilla, who
Sounds
will
like
know?
something that would be played during a redux of the Prayer for Peace scene.
yeah,
Like if you were if you're going to recreate that.
yeah,
Who
like
will know? Could potentially be interpreted as the Goro Maki who's inside of Godzilla, sort of crying out, and maybe the twin sort of personalities of the monster, the animal, and the man conflicting against each other. Because this is the moment where Goro Maki has lost control of his like flesh mech that he's soullessly and unemotionally driving through the city, and now it's been gravely injured. So the animal inside is like breaking free of the human control and all this sort of thing. It could
yeah,
be potentially all of that explained in this song, but
yeah, it makes a
we
lot more
haven't really
sense
had
in,
any of
the
that.
Man in the Suit. Yeah, I completely agree. In the Man in the Suit, I could definitely see that being the case. However, in Shin Godzilla, it's like what I said in my No Sympathy for the Monster video, which I was looking through the comments or this week. Um, Yeah, so like if first of all, if this thing is sentient, yet this thing keeps destroying
Okay.
our cities, like how am I supposed to like feel sympathy just because it's okay? Like the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And if this thing isn't sentient, then I shouldn't feel bad for it that it's dead because it's not going to be asking why is this happening to me once I put it down. So in the context of the movie, it doesn't make sense. Now, the thing that I said that I really like about Shin Godzilla is mainly the soundtrack, not necessarily completely separate from the movie itself.
you
Like
are
the songs
cutting.
themselves. What?
You were cutting off a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I was. At what point did I?
It
Still?
was when you were starting like the reason why election that kind of thing.
Okay. Okay. Let me see if. All right. How about now?
Yeah, you do better.
Okay. So the reason why I like the soundtrack is mainly just for the tracks themselves, like how they're constructed, the melodies, the instruments used, especially the choir. I'm just a huge sucker for choir. I love choir. Is if a track has choir in it, then you automatically hook me. Like you automatically have my attention. Like that's what I love about.
Okay, I can see now why you like KOTM's soundtrack as well because but yeah, I'm half inclined to agree. The soundtrack itself on its own is fine. In fact, it works well in like a general sense, but it's really poorly used.
Yeah, I can understand. I can understand that. Defeat is no option. I could argue that that's the best track of the movie, mainly just because of how it's used. Because it's used in the context of, oh, we're preparing to evacuate the city. We're preparing to, leave. We can't give up. We have to, do everything we can to protect the city to evacuate. Defeat is no option. Defeat is not an option. Yeah, I could argue that that's the best track both in a general sense and in in the context of the film. I would levy that. However, I have to rewatch the movie. But if we're going off of that, then I would say that would be the better track. But I can definitely see that Shin Godzilla might need a proper revision if what it.
Yeah.
Godzilla
Just
had
put a
a
link
pretty
to
nice
my
choir moment.
I'll just put a link to my Fractured Diamond Part 3 video in the private chat so you can have a look at that on your when you feel like it. Yeah, I was just thinking
Yeah,
about literally just the other day about 98 versus Shin Godzilla. You got all sorts of like Godzilla 98 has a character, Shin Godzilla doesn't.
Yeah,
Godzilla 98 has a goal, Shin Godzilla doesn't. It's just you start going through it like that, and you start realizing that there's a lot of problems with Shin Godzilla. A lot of problems, even the
yeah.
ones that it already
That-
had, are then
that's
made worse
something.
by
That's something that I
comparison.
noticed. Yeah, that's something that I had when I was watching -1 for the first time, and especially upon rewatches of both -1 and Shin Godzilla. The fact that from his very first introduction, you know exactly what Godzilla in -1 wants, acts, and thinks is already puts him on a pedestal above Shin Godzilla. Also, -1's OST, good God.
I love the OST for -1. I just wish it had a lot more choir and yeah.
Divine, my beloved. Oh my goodness.
I
Oh my
love
goodness,
Divine.
Yeah. Though my favorite song from the -1 OST was the Godzilla Suite 2, the one that played when they were executing their plan, just because it's
yeah.
so well paced.
Anyways, I would like us to kind of get back into GXK for a bit because there was a point that I wanted to bring up regarding the battle in Rio. Mothra not being MIA there, pretty much. Here's the thing. Considering, and I have this in the notes, considering that, there was like this gravity stuff that the Iwi pyramids were doing, after it was shut off, it's safe to say that all of Scar King's forces may have like fallen to their deaths and just went, just kind of splat. And after Mothra saved in the heave, why didn't she just like follow Godzilla and Kong and Shimo and Scar King to the portal that they went through to Rio to kind of help them?
Because then the fight would be over.
Sea Monster, I'm sorry. Yeah. I was thinking of that one discussion from the last stream about Kong with the fall from orbit and all of that.
Yeah, the Battle of Rio would have played out pretty differently if Mothra was in it. It
would have been overkill. I mean, it's overkill with just.
Yeah, Mothra has a vested interest in making sure that the world would be saved from the Scar King just as much as Godzilla does, if not more so. So the fact that she doesn't follow them in, like Suko does, but Mothra doesn't. Why the hell would Mothra not go in there and do that?
More focused on the fact that she's more focused on the Monarch agents. That's problematic.
Yeah, but it didn't take her that long to like set them back down and set Gia down, and then just follow Godzilla and Kong to that portal.
Yeah, or even take Suko with her.
I have
Suko with her.
Sorry. There is something that the people at BSUP pointed out in their stream on GXK. So my answer to that as to why Mothra did not show up to Rio is pretty much because if they did, the fight would be over a lot sooner. And the issue is, however, the way they set it up, like Godzilla being there at all would have been overkill anyway, because Godzilla is at like the peak of his power at that point in time. He is more powerful than he's ever been, so he could literally just one-shot everybody on his own. He doesn't even need Kong there. So it's how I think it was Movie Cynic pointed out. If not, then it was probably Platoon. That it makes sense in how little it makes sense. Like, it's so illogical that it loops back into making sense. Like, oh, why did Mothra not show up to help? Oh, because if they did, then it would have been overkill. But it's already overkill. So we kind of need a little bit of less overkill to balance everything out. So that would be my answer to that. Like, they set themselves up for failure with that one. They wrote themselves into that corner.
That makes just as much sense.
That's kind of a shame. I would be the first to tell you that, as much as I appreciate seeing Mothra again in the MonsterVerse, giving her a little more to do, I really, really wish that they had found a better way to incorporate her into the story in GXK than what they ended up doing here. Because with the whole, with how ultra specific, almost absurdly specific the whole prophecy is of like a Iwi girl from Skull Island being a key component to summon Mothra when the world is coming to an end.
The thing is, if it was Phosphora, the Titan that they would have done had they not been able to get Mothra, if it was Phosphora, then yeah, it could be a little bit more lenient on that because we have literally never seen this Titan before.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't even have the issue of the fact that they switched out a new Titan with Mothra, just for the sake of like, oh hey, Mothra, you remember her pretty much, you recognize her.
They didn't do that. Mothra was always the intent according to Wingard. Phosphora was just a backup option.
Right. Okay. All right. So, but here's the thing. They pretty much do that. But they like I can accept that Mothra, being somewhat something that the Iwi would consider to be kind of worship because they're part of that world and so on. It can make some level of sense there. But they should have at least addressed like how Mothra was considering that the closing credits of King of the Monsters pretty much established that there was a Mothra egg somewhere. They should have had some kind of connective tissue and explanation for how Mothra got from A to B when she hatched, how that was never even documented when she was like in her larva form or what have you.
Yeah, because KTM's end credits explicitly show that Monarch found an egg, another egg.
Yeah, she's already documented.
How did Mothra get there?
Yeah, how did she get there? Pretty much.
How did she appear from flipping nowhere?
True. Yeah, I mean, I would have much preferred if it was like she was in a cocoon and it just had it be like there the whole time, because like they already set up Mothra being part of the story like before we even see that Iwi pyramid civilization thing. So why not just have the cocoon there?
There's so many issues with this whole area. When you were saying about like all the apes went splat when the gravity pulled back in, and I remember watching the scene thinking, wow, they're really high up. Were they that high up before? How big is this? I don't remember the place being this big. So I've just scrolled back through the film to find when you first see the area. And it's like, okay, so the pyramid's there. Jaya walks up that pyramid later in the film. So that pyramid can't be that big. Also, Shimu blasts it with a beam later, and it's clearly not that. Then it suddenly occurred to me, Godzilla and Kong fall out of the portal down onto the ground. They shoot like a meteor down into the ground.
Same as Scar
completely fine. Okay, so Godzilla and Kong can shoot out of a portal at God knows how fast and slam into the ground to the point where they create a crater big enough for them to hide in.
And also a shockwave.
And then the shockwave. And then later on in the film, they have the apes falling like half that distance at a quintillionth of the speed. And you're like, oh yeah, they're dead.
Yeah.
How?
Yeah, they're dead, even though, like, in GVK, we show Kong falling through, like, much higher heights, and he's just fine.
And so the actual implication is that those apes have just fallen to the ground, gone, ow, that hurt. They've got up, and then gone, I'm in the Iwi village.
With regards
Maybe they just said, fuck this.
You could have Mothra fight these apes. You can have her just stay behind and fight them. You could make the argument that that's what...
towards the portal. No, you can have them charging towards the portal that Kong, Star King, Shimo, and Godzilla fell through, and Mothra is trying to back Zuko as he's trying to get in there. And yeah, just do that.
Yeah,
that could be the explanation as to why she didn't show up at the very end of the fight. You could have that be the explanation. However, it's not. The problem is that it's just not shown. That's the issue here.
Or better yet, instead of having it to where we just see still like some remnants of Scar King's army still around, once Godzilla and Kong show up, before the gravity stuff happens, have Godzilla just shoot his atomic breath and annihilate Scar King's forces to just even out the field, because he's supposed to be evolved and super powerful by this point.
Yeah, you don't need to kill all of them. You can still have that one bit with Zuko, but
yeah, you can have that. Just wipe out most of them.
Well, the thing that always annoyed me, well, besides the entire fucking film, that annoyed me, besides Godzilla's complete lack of reaction to Mothra, which people assured me he had definitely had some kind of interaction with Mothra when she showed up. There was definitely
No, he
something
was
there.
looking at Gia. He was looking at Gia.
When Godzilla turns up in the Hollow Earth in front of Scar King does not react. I think he reacts to, like, he hears something, he goes, "Oh, what's that noise?"
He
And then
reacts to the
Godzilla
roar.
lands and then pops up and jumps. There is no reaction from Scar King to Godzilla, which there absolutely should have been, because bloody hell, he was buried by that lizard. I think he would have some reaction to it. So why couldn't they have had some kind of reaction from Scar King, from the other apes? Have some of the apes like see Godzilla and just peg it and just like, no, not having this, and run away, and then you would have
Nope.
depleted forces. You could have done, and this is just said. We've been talking about this all for the past 2 hours. There are so
Yes.
many opportunities to do so much with this film, and they fumble it every single time. We've had ideas between us. Each of us have had a single idea going, oh, we could have done this. That is miles better than anything they did in this film. And
Yeah.
people are still saying, well, it's a good film. So no, it's not. It's completely wasted potential over and over and over again. The Iwi is the biggest one for me, but that's probably minor for other people. But yeah, it's just so much wasted potential.
Have you guys read that comic where the X-Men are assaulted by Sentinels, as per freaking usual, at the outside of the X-Mansion? And so Cyclops tells Wolverine, hey, stand back, I got this. Takes off his visor. The entire field turns bright red, and the entire forest is decimated, and all the other Sentinels are just reduced to atoms. And then he puts his visors back on, and then he says, sometimes I forget Wolverine says, sometimes I forget why you're the leader. So imagine that scenario applied to GXK. We go with what Animus said. Animus mentioned, okay, Scar King notices Godzilla. Scar King flees back into the Hollow Earth. He amasses his army, launches his attack onto Godzilla. Godzilla goes, stand back, Kong, stand back, Mothra. Charges his atomic breath and lights up the sky.
Just
Think about
boom,
that.
boom. Levels half the playing field. 90% of Scar King's army is either ash running away, or bone, or non-existent. You can still have some left for the anti-gravity fight. Just do something like that. Keep the bit with Zuko.
Yeah.
And
give a little bit of Mothra
you
to
fully
do.
establish how powerful Godzilla is. You fully establish why Scar King is terrified of this guy.
Sometimes, Godzilla, I forget why you're the king of the monsters. Boom! Roll credits.
Yeah. All right. So another thing that I want to address and this is kind of hold on a minute. Yeah, hold on. Let me address something here real quick. Here, I'll be right back. So whoever's got the floor here can take over for a little bit. I'll be right back.
I guess if I may address a few things in response to some of you guys. Let's see. From my perspective, I would say I think all your guys' ideas are like really cool and valid. I just don't think it's in a way is any more better than what we got, or that it needed to be as grand as it.
Why?
No, I think I know the reason. I think I know the reasons for that. So, for one to accept that a solution to a problem exists, one must acknowledge that the problem exists in the first place.
True, and I agree that's
Fair
valid.
enough.
And I may have my rose-tinted glasses when it comes to the film, because for one thing, I do genuinely like a lot of the stuff we saw in the film. but I would say I come from a perspective where I think I like it because I think it's good, and I think that a lot of the stuff that was done was really stellar and met a lot of the potential that I guess you guys seem to see that as lacking from it.
That's
Well, if you're talking
honestly
from like
completely fair.
are you going at it from like a plot level? Because I think we can make a pretty good argument that from a plot level, structurally speaking. Now, if you're talking about the style, if your expectations for style and for action and for lore expansion, if all of that was part of your expectations and those expectations were met, then that is a completely different standard that you are allowed to have, and you can like the movie and nobody's going to take that away from you. However, if we're going with like our standards, because this is like the thing with clashing standards, if you're exploring the playing field with two different standards, you end up having two different conversations at once, and so it comes across as people talking past each other. That's the exact same problem that I had with Rick back when Zim set up the discussion between him and I, and we couldn't really get to a proper solid like common ground because we just had different standards. So if we're coming at it from, because we the ideas that especially the idea that I mentioned with the whole Cyclops Godzilla comparison, for anybody that wanted style, I feel like that would probably be right up their alley, because on top of the fact that we are creating an excellent visual, that an excellent spectacle that could probably get even the most boring of people hyped. You could, if you can, we're trying to do here. What we're trying to do here. I lost my train of thought there. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to play on both fields, because if you're appealing to the idea, oh well, the lore expanded, therefore I like it because I like how the lore was expanded. I like the ideas that they introduced. Okay, that's good. That's great. And nobody can take that away from anybody else. Now, if you're saying, okay, well, I think the plot is good. Okay, well, we have the definition of good in this scenario means it achieves a certain standard. Now, you could make the argument that it doesn't take all that much to satisfy that standard for you as it does for others. However, we have to understand where we place the bar in that scenario. If we're discussing these kinds of things, and again, that's the problem I had with Rick. And my last
It's
stream was
conflict between subjective and objective. Subjective, you can say, I like this, and then someone else says, well, I don't like it. And say, okay, cool, and then you go away. Some other people say, this is boring. Well, I find it exciting, and then you just sit there. If you have the objective standard of, I like this, why? Because of this thing. Why is that thing? Why do you like that thing? Oh, because it says this about that. So, well, I don't think it says it because of this. And then you start getting into a conversation where people can discuss things and have intelligent back and forth, which is far more interesting than I like it, I didn't like it. Conversation over.
Yeah, it just tends to end conversations when you say, well, that's just your opinion. And I mean, our opinions can be based off of the factual information that is present.
Opinions can be wrong.
Exactly.
It's
like you can base it
it's
off
one thing to say. It's one thing to say, "Hey, I like it. I don't. Let's leave it at that." But also, and it's a different thing entirely to say, "I like it. I think this. I like it, but I think this can be improved." I don't agree with you. I think it's fine. Why? Well, here's why, and then okay, but I don't. But I think it's fine. Here's why. Blah 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 blah. You build a conversation from that.
Yeah, I don't think Vic is just saying, "Well, my opinion, I like." I think he has more to say than just, "Oh, I just like it." So, like that, and that's what we want to know, Vic. We want to know what you think. First of all, we have to know, where do you place the bar, and another thing we want to know is, why does this movie reach that bar for you? It's pretty much the question that we've all been asking, and it's the question that we want to know, especially like for 98, because like we all have contentions with 98. Me personally, I don't hate it as much as anybody else would. I'm not going to call it a good movie, but I don't hate it. In fact, it's like one of the first few Godzilla movies that I watched. But I'm not gonna. So that's what we want to know. Like, we want to know where you place the bar and why Godzilla X Kong specifically, because this is what the stream is about, reaches that bar or even surpasses it, in your view.
I guess for me, I agree that a lot of the times, I guess my takes tend to lean more towards the subjective side of things. And when it comes to something like GVK, GXK, both those films, I guess just reached me in different ways than I guess other people might see it, because I want to say maybe my standards are lower than most. Like, I think I can definitely agree that when it comes to GXK here, the story beats at certain points do require more, I guess, time in the kitchen to really develop and flesh out certain things.
Absolutely,
And
yeah.
subjectively for me, a lot of the things I liked and thought were well done outweigh any setbacks that the story has. If
Here's
you
the
want to
thing.
go back all the way to the
That's
Go ahead.
perfectly valid.
Yeah, for instance, like the
Yeah.
thing with the parrot frog from the beginning, I thought the parrot frog was really good because it showed like just how desperate Kong was to find other members of his species. And you see how when he hears the roars coming from the distance, you see his desperation in his face and in his eyes, and you see that all visually come into play. And then you see the amount of disappointment in his face when he realizes, oh, it's just something else that's mimicking me. And then he sits down and he's lonely. And
Yeah.
on top of that, you have his toothache, and you get the real sense that he is lonely. Even though he's thriving in Hollow Earth, he's going on hunts and surviving. He is still lonely, and he still has his problems. He is a king without his people, and I thought that was really well conveyed with the Parafrog.
King without a kingdom. I mean, I can definitely see, because our argument was that okay, the thing with the frog, a lot of people laughed at that scene, and that's supposed to be, Kong's lowest, well, not lowest point, but like a point
A low
of
point
disappointment,
for him.
a low point for him, right? And so, the thing about humor writing, because this is very complicated, when you're writing humor, like, unless it's like a parody, like, well, maybe not Spaceballs, but maybe I can't think of a comedy movie off the top of my head that does this, but a lot of the time the humor has to only exist outside the fourth wall. So the events of the story, like, if they are humorous to us, then we're going to laugh. We're going to find it humorous. Now, it's when the story acknowledges that this is a humorous moment and you are supposed to laugh, where that fourth wall is breached and it becomes invasive, because it is essentially a sign that says, this is a funny moment, now laugh. And given like the music and the framing of the scene itself, that's what it comes across as. Oh, we are laughing at Kong's expense with this frog because, oh, look, he thought that this frog that sounded like a Kong was a Kong. That's what it came across. And so what we suggested was, the idea in itself is a good idea. However, the execution of it came across as mean-spirited at the expense of Kong. So what are we going to do to fix it? Oh, we can either have the frog play a significant role to make up for the fact that the plot is telling us to laugh at Kong's misery, or at least chuckle. I mean, anybody can see that and go, "Oh, that's sad," but I can guarantee you, like, there definitely were. I've seen people laughing at this scene, like, "Oh, haha." Or we can to fix this problem, we can either make up for that by having the frog mean something in the grand scheme of things, even if it's just a small scene, or you could rework the entire scene completely and do what we suggested with the statues and all of that, and also tie that into the Scar King and his slaves, so you can not only flesh out the world more, because like there's one thing is expansion of world building, and another thing is detail, something that the MonsterVerse lacks in abundance. You can kill two birds with one stone with that, or you can do something else. Like it all comes down to imagination, but also skill. So we're not saying that the idea is bad. We're saying like the execution. It was in a much better movie. This would be a small nitpick, and it would be the only thing to nitpick. But if the writers did not focus on the little stuff, what makes you think they're going to focus on the larger stuff? And it's lame. It's not bad. It's just really, compared to what you could do, it's rather weak, and that's our point.
Yeah, I would draw a similar comparison to that of Doug.
Yeah,
if I could
exactly.
just to kind of address if I could address the whole thing about how like an audience like reacts to like that scene with the frog, pretty much laughing. It's like, I mean, we can't really say that would just be like a definitive way of like, oh, this is supposed to be a scene that people are supposed to be laughing. It's supposed to be a scene that we're supposed to think is unexpected, but it's not supposed to be taken in a humorous light. Because you can have an audience that can laugh at something that may not even be intended to be funny whatsoever, but at other times you could have like an audience that's like reacting the way the film actually is intending for them to react. So I wouldn't necessarily want to like put all that much stock into what an audience surrounding us could maybe interacting with the movie or thinking of a movie as a way to kind of like prove like why the movie is this end of the spectrum of quality or the other, pretty much, or like whether or not the scene works.
I'd like to address that, because Blackarooni's pointed out like an aspect of a film where you look at it and go, okay, they could have done that better, they could have done this, they could have done that, at which point it exposes the lack of quality that the film could have had, or the potential that was wasted. There is also the other end of the spectrum where something that happens in the film, you might not, I did, but I think a lot of people would have noticed it when it first happened, but you might not notice something wrong with a scene when you first watch it, but then someone might point it out to you, and then you go back and you watch it and go, oh yeah, there is a problem, and then that might expand your thinking on the film and maybe tarnish it, and then by the time you get to the end, you've completely changed your opinion on it. In GXK, my example would be when Khan turns up at the Iwi village. There's so many things wrong with that, and I've found more things on the rewatch. As another example, as we were talking about Shin Godzilla earlier, just the plan and just the simple fact of they were going to turn off Godzilla's cooling system so he would freeze, which doesn't make any sense. And as soon as you start pointing that out to people, then they now have to think, well, actually, no, that doesn't make any sense. Why are you doing that? And then they can start thinking about the rest of the film and maybe come to some conclusions based on that.
Or you
pretty
bring
much
up how Godzilla, or you have like Godzilla, in Shin Godzilla, you pretty much point out that that the film explicitly establishes that he had a phased array radar system when the drone gets shot down, and it's never brought up or even made relevant again after that one scene that it's introduced, not even when it would be very much advantageous for it to be used on Godzilla's behalf, i.e. bullet trains.
I would also say, in regards to GXK, because I know Adam hates this movie with a burning passion, and I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yes.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think it's worse than GVK, because maybe like if there was like an unbridled rage, because I have my own unbridled rage that's coming in like a few years in the making on GVK. If there was like an unbridled rage for GXK that was, I guess, longer.
I'm going to be making one, don't you worry. I've already come up with the name. GXK, a pain to watch.
Really? That's it?
Yeah, that's what
That's
I've been
it?
watching it. I was just like, Jesus Christ, this is a pain to watch. And I was like, considering my Godzilla King and the Monsters video was called A Joy to Watch, a great joy to watch, I suddenly realized, oh, I've got the name of the video.
Yeah.
But just to give you an idea of just when Kong arrives at the Iwi village, just that one snippet of a scene, and to give you an idea of just how many problems are in there. We've already gone over the beast glove gauntlet thing.
Yes.
The fact that it was the right arm was the thing that was made, and just conveniently that was the limb that Kong had injured, and then it had the medicine in it that was
Or
somehow magically convenient for the frostbite. But his actual rival,
or just the timing. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry.
the timings.
I did want to also bring up yeah,
go on.
yeah, the timing for Trapper to go to pretty much like go all the way to where the heave is parked, away from the Iwi civilization, which had to have been like a good like kilometers or however long it may have taken them to get there. Go back into that heave, fly all those great distances back to Outpost 1 to get the heave glove, and then pretty much have it hauled up onto that little cargo ship thing. So we're the one that him and Adam Wingard's cameo appearance pretty much were flying in when they were pulling Kong's tooth out, fly the Beast Glove back to the civilization, drop the Beast Glove off, and then after Mothra pretty much is summoned, like he would have to go back to where the heave is, presumably through that same cargo ship, get on that heave, find a swarm of like those like verticines or like those like big bioelectric bird boys pretty much, and fly and pretty much lure them to the Scar King just in time to stop him.
By the way, on the subject of
timing is
names,
absolutely insane.
on the subject of names, I got a better name for you, Animus. GXK, a frontal lobotomy.
I'll have to consider that one. But the thing that got me about the Iwi civilization is completely balked. It's so, I hate what they did with it. But when Kong arrives at the village, they sound an alarm, big trumpets, or whatever the hell they use. They don't actually show what they use. So already we've got a society that doesn't use noise. They don't have any vocals or anything using noise. So already that's annoying. They then have that Davy Jones wheel device to then open up the organic membrane. How that works? No idea. It does. I don't know how. How they know
Especially
Kong
considering
is
we
on
see
the other
Mothra
side of that
patch it up
membrane.
herself later.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, so how did they know Kong was on the other side of that membrane? Do they have people on the other side of the membrane? And if so, how did they get through the membrane? Did they run back through the membrane and tell people and then use the then you've got okay, so why did they open it up for Kong? Because they do not like the apes. And did the people, did the monarch people tell them, oh, by the way, we have a friend out there called Kong who's an ape. When he arrives, he's fine. Don't worry about him. How did they know that Kong was Kong and not another ape?
Right.
And one I noticed recently, when Kong is dropped off, Diddy Kong runs off. He goes to see Scar King and Shimu and Co. Coming towards the Iwi village. Then runs back to tell Kong that that's happening. How apparently the apes have a language. That's really worrying for a lot of reasons. They have a language which he's able to use. How did he get through the membrane? Did the Iwi open it again? Did they close it again? Did he just run through it? There's so many unanswerable questions and so many issues just contained within a few minutes, and the rest of the film is like it.
Yeah. Joseph Gibson brings up a good point. How did Trapper get the verticines through the Iwi barrier? Does anyone even know? Especially considering that there isn't even like any establishment of the barrier. Oh my god!
How did he even find the Iwi barrier again since it's camouflaged? It's highly maybe okay, fine.
Exactly.
To be fair, Scar King did break it with Shimu, They broke that
Yeah,
membrane and they walked
Yeah,
through.
but he came through
But
the other
that
side.
Trapper flew in. Trapper had to
that
fly
means
in
they would
through
have had
the
to flown
barrier.
in through the hole behind them, which they would have seen.
Yeah, he came
How-
from the other side of the barrier. What-
This would have been an easy fix. They could have just had him flying the heave and the verticenes through that hole behind them, as opposed to try to come in front of them. Like, easy
Was there
fix.
just another colony back there?
Bloody hell!
It's
Phil.
just like I said. It's just like I said. If they weren't gonna focus on the small things, the nitpickable things, then they're not gonna pay attention to the gaping not plot holes, no, plot canyons that exist.
These are
Well,
not
the-
nitpicks.
Godzilla-
These are things
Godzilla
that
guy
could
also.
significantly.
Godzilla guy brought up a comment with the whole why did they trust Kong? Maybe Gia told them during like psychically like because they can look through their thoughts, so it's highly possible that Gia could have told them.
Yeah, the
I mean-
Kiwi Queen basically knows about Gia's life and all her relationships and stuff.
The Iwi Queen kind of see like visions of her past, pretty much. But I mean, we could go in on that. But here's another thing I want to go into in relation to the Iwi civilization. So I sent Zim like a couple of like screenshots or pictures of like from the movie that kind of brings up a little detail regarding like Bernie's like notes in relation to the Iwi signal, pretty much the SOS, pretty much. Well, they deduce this an SOS. He pretty much says that or comes up with this theory that the signal was made throughout various events in the MonsterVerse, i.e., Ghidorah's reign of King of the Monsters, which would make sense for sure if they were to get if one of them or whoever got a vision of Ghidorah coming up, then they would just be like, oh shit, guys, we need to prepare. Hopefully Godzilla could beat him or what have you. In his notes, it says first encounter with Godzilla in 1973, which is really bizarre considering that there's also notes of the 1954 events, which shouldn't that technically count as the first encounter with Godzilla? The Castle Bravo, all that nuclear tests. That were trying to kill him, all that shit. And the discovery of Skull Island in 73, which, here's the thing, the Iwi signal had nothing to do with Skull Island being discovered. It was satellite surveillance that was made that Randa pretty much acquired, basically the evidence of, that resulted in Skull Island being discovered. And Bernie pretty much tells Eileen that the signal occurring could happen is the result of like specific Titan related events. Like, here's the thing: what Titan related events would have like had the Iwi civilization in Kong Skull Island? Would the Iwi civilization have sent a signal for? Pretty much because the discovery of Skull Island by Monarch had nothing to do with it.
The only two events that I could think of that would warrant an Iwi signal would be the dropping of the bombs during the first arrival when they're checking seismic activity, or Packard's entire thing going awry.
But all that was so sudden that how could they possibly have been able to know that was happening?
That's it.
The thing.
The thing with that is that I know that based on what Brittany says, not all of the signals are SOSs. They're specifically like different types of signals for different events.
Oh,
he
here's
compares.
the thing.
This is definitely a case of the writers wanting to implement things in retrospect without realizing how they affect the rest of the world, because they really want this to be, oh, we've uncovered this thing that was hidden. Oh, wait, but actually, this was always the case. We're just discovering it now, and it just happens to start affecting us in the present today, which is what allows the movies to happen in the first place, without really taking into account what the implications for that is and what the sequence of events would logically go that would lead and that would ultimately end up leading to something completely different that the movie not only does not account for, but a lot of the times won't even allow the movie to happen as it does. So this was a case of, again, the writers this is I don't want to say it's a retcon per se, because a retcon would imply a change. But this is like from the textbook definition, retroactive continuity. A retcon, that's what that means. So like if we're going at like the textbook definition of a retcon, this technically falls under that because this is retroactive continuity without realizing the consequences.
There is also the thing that like the Iwi are clairvoyant, so they can have knowledge of events, either about to happen or currently happen.
Well, here's the thing. As far as the retroactive continuity thing and all that, like if this was intended to have this movie be interconnected with the other films, like I don't know why they would think that's necessary, because this is clearly meant to be a sequel to GVK, which is already interconnected with the other MonsterVerse films. It's kind of bizarre.
It's lack of planning.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Later on in the film, they, Trapper and Eileen, they pretty much deduce, I guess just through observation of like the inner workings of the pyramid, where they send a distress signal, they pretty much come to the conclusion that those distress calls were intended for Godzilla. So this begs the question: shouldn't Godzilla have appeared in Kong Skull Island? Because if the events of Kong Skull Island were also supposed to tie in with this SOS by this film's like sort of establishing of that.
Well, again, not all the signals are SOSs.
Well, here's the thing. What's the distinction then? What would be the distinction between like SOSs for Godzilla and SOSs for anything else?
Well, I don't think they're SOSs. I think they're just. I can't say what exactly they are, but I just know that not all the signals are SOSs, because Bernie had to specifically match them to different other specific Titan events to determine that they are SOSs.
This takes me back to the Orca from King of the Monsters as well, but this could be like, I don't know if that applies necessarily, but even if that were the case, it would be extremely convenient if that one signal happened to be the signal that needed to be sent for the plot to occur the way that it does.
Well, how so? How was that?
The thing is, sorry.
Who's going first?
Whoever.
I thought it was Seema. I thought it was you that you were going first.
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
Here's the thing. As far as like the SOS goes, they pretty much if the SOSs are intended for Godzilla, it would make sense for that being the case if it's in relation to Ghidorah, pretty much coming back. Like that would be one thing. But again, what's even the difference between an SOS for Godzilla to intervene and an SOS just, again, in general, pretty much? Because Godzilla never even shows up, doesn't even appear in Kong Skull Island at all. So if the SOS is meant to be happening there, then you get what I mean?
Oh
yeah. This is why you have to detail your world building before you expand it, because it's like filling an air balloon. If you want to create, like, let's say like a solid, if you want to make a solid balloon, you can't just keep blowing on hot air on it. You have to like put stuff in it, like water, for example. You have to fill it in. If you fill it in and then it's just gonna pop, and then your whole thing is destroyed, right? You gotta detail things. Or like making a hollow building, you have to create a foundation and build the actual columns. You can't just build a hollow building, or else it's going to collapse. You have to establish the pillars of the world building, because this is what GXK does, right? It expands on the world building without taking into account how the world building affects itself, and without establishing solid pillars. And those solid pillars are things that you can't really retcon out of existence, or else the whole structure of the world building begins to collapse in on itself. That's what the problem is.
If I remember correctly, in the dialogue that Bernie states, he doesn't specifically mention that the Skull Island signal is an SOS, just that the signals are linked to Titan events, and he lists off examples. And then he says he matches certain wavelengths to certain events and deduces that those signals are SOSs.
Here's the thing.
Okay, so what's the wavelength for Godzilla?
Here's the thing. I've come to the conclusion that I did as I was watching the movie, and literally put subtitles on so I could keep track of every specific thing that's being said about these distress calls from the Iwi. So yeah, it's not that I'm literally so it really isn't because like I'm just like pulling these like just out of memory. I literally just like documented like what the text in the sub through subtitles what Bernie was saying and what they say later on to real and just really just kind of make sure that it's like to see like whether or not any of this lines up and whether or not like this could potentially damage the the continuity of the MonsterVerse retroactively.
Do you have the dialogue lines with you or there?
Here, let me pull it up here.
I have a question. Is it possible to acquire the GXK screenplay? Because I was looking through Amazon and there are several screenplays for sale. I saw the Batman screenplay for $10, the Oppenheimer screenplay for like not for more, the Joker screenplay for about $11. Like, is it possible to acquire both the screenplay for GVK and GXK?
Here's the thing. I can even do you guys one better. I can just pull up the clip here right now. Actually, just give me a minute here.
Because for my video on GVK, it would be really useful to have the screenplay.
The GVK or GXK? Which one? Which one?
Both would be good.
Okay, because I found a Reddit post with the alleged first 5 pages of the GXK script.
Oh Jesus!
I'll send it to you anyway, just in case if it may help. But
all right, thanks.
Yeah, I'm even trying to pull up the clips themselves of the specific scenes, pretty much. So I can even just pull them up. Here, I just gotta look for. Nope, that's not it.
Black, I just DM'd it to you. I don't know how much this will help, but if it helps,
I got it.
helps.
Yeah, it definitely helps those. Thanks.
No problem. Let's see if I can find the GVK.
Whilst I'm thinking about it, this is probably a bit random. There's the whole storyline with Jaya, where she's not fitting in with the rest of the world that she's finding herself in. Like, she's at school, and for some reason, she's not talking to her friends. Although apparently she has friends, so how does she have friends if she's not fitting in? I'm not entirely sure how that works. Anyway, and then the whole thing is that she goes down to the Hollow Earth with the away team and finds the old Iwi civilization. She suddenly starts fitting in again because, oh look, she's running backwards and forwards with bits of ribbon. Apparently that means she's like happy now with this civilization. And it's meant to be this whole thing of, oh look, she fits in here.
Yeah.
And that brings up a huge question of how does she fit in here? Because this Iwi civilization is definitely not the same Iwi civilization that she came from. Because the one on Skull Island was purely like they didn't talk, they didn't seem to make any sort of hand gestures or anything. They were a very different thing to what
the most expression we see them do in that movie is a nod. So
or bow, yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
Whereas the ones in it really annoys me when in GXK you see them doing like hand signals and stuff. And it's like that is absolutely not what the ones on Skull Island were doing. But more to it. I don't know if anyone's watched. There's a YouTuber called Mini Minute Man. He did 2 videos recently covering this one guy, and he does like debunking videos about historical conspiracy theories. And this one guy he was covering said, "Look, the pyramids are really, really different to the tombs in the Valley of the Kings in Egypt. Those tombs are really highly decorated. The pyramids aren't. So clearly, the pyramids aren't actually tombs because they don't look anything like the tombs in the Valley of the Kings." To which Mini Minuteman pointed out there is 1400 years difference between the pyramids and the Valley of the Kings. So, of course, after 1400 years, there's going to be significant cultural differences in just the same culture, just purely because of time. And of course, there is. The medieval period lasts 1,000 years. Look at the difference between where it started and when it ended. It's it's obvious that there's going to be some huge changes over that amount of time.
Hmm.
How
Anyway,
long has the Skull Island civilization been separated from the Hollow Earth civilization? How big of a cultural gap is there between these two peoples? How can you then say that Jaya, who is not only been separated from her natural culture for at least 4 years, let's say, well, actually, no, longer than that, because there'll be 5 years, because it was the Ghidra event that caused Skull Island to be that caused the Iwi on Skull Island to be killed. So 5 years separated from the culture that was on the Skull Island, sort of integrated into modern culture, and then she's sent down to see another culture that's been separated from everybody else for thousands of years. And then suddenly, oh, I'm home. This is where I'm supposed to be. This is what all these people. Yeah, I'm really, really liking it. I really fit in here.
yeah,
Fuck off.
yeah, yeah. There was like potential there as far as like Gia not feeling like she belongs and all that. Pretty much trying to find a family to kind of parallel with Kong looking for for a family, or pretty much like be somewhat culturally reunited with like his people, pretty much, or at least like something like close resembling like his people, pretty much. Um, there could have been like something there, but the film just sadly didn't really develop it all that much because it was kind of focusing on well, at least Gia and Eileen's sort of drama there. Like that wasn't really focused on all that much, because
Yeah,
of what
that really bothered me. The idea that there's a character arc between Gia and Eileen. I never I never really understood what was there beyond, oh, Eileen is sad because Gia might uh, prefer the Iwis over her, despite contrary evidence supporting that. We see her saying after she gets, well, not expelled, but she's made to clean up the mess that she made on her desk. She's like, oh, you and I belong together. Okay, mom. Okay. And then we see her in the Hollow Earth. She's playing with kids in the Hollow Earth, like the Hollow Earth Iwi kids. She's playing with them, and that automatically lets Eileen Eileen automatically assumes, just jumps to the conclusion by a huge margin of error that she just skipped, that she wants to spend more time with the Iwis than with her, and they're trying to do a theme with that. They're trying to do like a parallelism between her and Kong, because Kong is going through the same thing. Oh, she hasn't been united with his people in a long time, and now he finally is. The thing is, first of all, Gia doesn't feel like Kong is replacing her with the apes any more than uh, Gia is replacing her mother with the Iwi. Second, that she never shows any resentment towards Eileen or any preference of the Hollow Earth kids with Gia. So how did she jump to that conclusion? Is that something that was cut from the movie, or is that just a woman moment? I have no idea. But I know for a fact that that theme and that arc does not work because, again, not only is it not established, it's not alluded to either, and the parallelism is just a surface level read. And I've seen people say that I've seen people say, "Oh, it's just the visual storytelling. That's all you need." The visual storytelling doesn't tell me squat. right? It like visual storytelling is as obvious as it is subtle. Like it's a balance between being obvious and being subtle. Primal is the perfect example for visual storytelling. Primal is the blueprint. Yeah. So there's no way there's no way in hell that thing that the plot likes to call a character arc and a theme works structurally. It was just not set up and it was not paid off. It is just there.
It just rings hollow pretty much by the end because of the
Hollow Earth. Hollow. Funny.
Yeah. I know. Joseph Gibson pointed out that they reused the Mothra drawing or carving from China in Kadam for the Iwi temple. So it's very strange that Andrews thinks that the Hollow Earth is the first place that she's even seen other Iwi architecture since Kong Skull Island, or since Skull Island. So, it is kind of weird, isn't it? That it's kind of coincidental, isn't it, that the Mothra sort of drawing that we see at the Iwi temple is the same that we see in Kadam, which is in
if it was a unique carving. If it was a unique carving, then yeah, that makes sense. But no, it's not. It's the same thing.
It's equally even odder that equally and even more odd. How did I do that? I don't know. They show a Mothra carving in the Iwi Chamber of Exposition later, and it's a completely different carving. It's a completely different depiction.
So anyways, I actually have the clip for to detail like that where Bernie kind of like talks about the signal pretty much. So here, let me try to play it here.
After that, I'd like to talk more about Blackarooni's thing about the arcs and stuff.
Serious favors from my Discord chat.
Bernie, do you have something?
Yes, I've got something. I do have something. Whatever signal you guys are picking up. Okay, we have seen similar patterns repeating over time in each.
Are you guys catching that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just making sure we let me play it back just a little bit here. He's saying. Here we go.
You guys are picking up. Okay, we have seen similar patterns repeating over time in each fight corresponds to a specific type of event. You know this, please. Thank you so much. Okay, check this out. See this?
All right, he's pointing out King Ghidorah, and he's saying like these spikes have kind of been happening more consistently, and he pretty much literally has pulled up notes, and he's naming off King Ghidorah, the first encounter with Godzilla, and the discovery of Skull Island. I even am looking at even though he's got his hand there. So yeah. Anyways, all right, let me play it back. We'll play some more.
First encounter with Godzilla, discovery of Skull Island.
All right, so what you're saying is that these signals are...
Yeah, and Godzilla's picking up on them.
I've got something. I do have something. Whatever signal you guys are picking up. Okay, we have seen similar patterns repeated over time, and each fight corresponds with a specific type of event. You know this, please. Thank you so much. Okay, check this out. See this? King Ghidorah. First encounter with Godzilla. Discovery of Skull Island.
All right, so what you're saying is that these signals aren't just random patterns.
Yeah, it seems that way, yes.
And Godzilla's picking up on them.
Oh, I should do you one better. Now, look, I've looked at a bunch of similarities in each waveform, and I compared it that.
Bernie, what are you saying?
It's a distress call. It's a distress call.
Don't know if anybody heard all that.
No, I heard it loud and clear.
I heard that.
I vaguely heard it, but that might be the equipment.
Yep.
I was literally just holding my mic towards the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing the same thing as well, but I think yours probably will pick up better than mine. So,
Yo, have you tried OBS? Because you might want to, like, if you want to play the video and have that watermark overlaid, I think that might be. I know that OBS, they really put the BS in the OBS part. I mean, it's a pain in the S, but I mean, it's definitely useful. I will say.
Well, here's the thing. My laptop is like which I was using to play the clip. It's like very old, and so it just won't even, I can't even do like the screen share through StreamYard. So all the time I've been using my phone for doing all the streaming.
You should get sponsored by Gargantua Insurance so you can get that Bernie set up.
God, I wish.
Yeah, I have another question. So regarding the signals, because I mean, I kind of phased through the signals thing in GXK. I kind of phased through that. I was glazing my eyes through the screen. Like, okay, so I'm assuming that Monarch has the blueprint for the Orca, right? So, like, I know that they had a whole fiasco with the Orca and King of the Monsters, and they're probably not going to try and do that again. But surely they would have some technology that could be retrofitted from the Orca into something a lot more useful, like a maybe not like a distress call, but the base wavelength. Well, not the base wavelength. The I forgot what was the thing that Mark said, like a general.
Bioacoustic.
Oh god, what was it? Calls.
No, it was
I
like a
think that's-
baseline something. It was like the baseline something.
Oh my god. I'm gonna have
Oh, what
to
was
read
this? Sorry?
to see this.
It's not bioacoustics. Is it?
A
Bioacoustics.
baseline signal.
Yeah, baseline signal. That's what it was. Yeah. So like you got a baseline signal to attract and repel titans, move them away from cities. Like on the surface, that is a good idea. So could there be any way that Monarch could have retrofitted that aspect of the Orca into something less volatile and harder for people like Alan Jonah to get their hands on it for ecoterrorism?
I think there is actually a workable explanation that you can work with this. Apex was doing something similar with Mechagodzilla. So it's possible that maybe Monarch doing this would likely cause a bit of trouble with general populace, thinking that maybe they're luring the Titans to them or to another group or something. Maybe that kind of technology could bring out a fear in them because Apex did something similar to that with Mechagodzilla, bringing Godzilla to Hong Kong and causing all of that, as well as Pensacola.
Or maybe they could just have the government confiscate that kind of technology away from Monarch as punishment for their negligence. Oh, world building. Ooh, scary.
Why not both?
Yeah.
Well, in
How does that-
GVK,
hey, how does that go back to the signals we were talking about?
What?
Okay.
But how's that backtrack to the was that were you launching off of our discussion about the signals and stuff that Brittany was?
Yeah, that was
Finding-
launching off of. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was launching off.
Right. But so then what's the conclusion, Sea Monster, on that?
I think it's just kind of an interesting. Well, I definitely think it's a very, very interesting point. I mean, we kind of mainly just kind of been going over that it's a bit of a retcon that that they sort of like have been retconning like at least portions of past MonsterVerse films, and and perhaps we probably sort of potentially hash out any discussion if there's like any sort of contradictions that could have happened there.
Well, I would say the only thing that came out of that is that there are signals that have been detected before, but no one's really like found an explanation or done any further deep dive into it. Because again, I think the dialogue shows that not all the signals are SOSs.
He straight up calls it a distress call.
Yeah, the ones that he was comparing them to.
Yeah, so
by the way, here's the thing.
cross-referenced
How did he
with
come
that
to that
and-
conclusion?
Because he cross-referenced
yes.
them to other signals before and found matches in the spikes.
Do you want to know
Is that
something
not an
that's really
indicator that
stupid?
the rest of are SOS signals?
Sorry?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, is that not just an indicator that there aren't really that many exceptions to begin with?
Well, this is the funny thing. Monarch Lon did this so much better because they had somebody looking at the signals that were coming out of the portals, and then someone realized, oh, these ones look like very like similar, like they're very mechanically like artificially made. Oh, maybe these are a signal that someone is trying to send, which you could have done with the Iwi crystal signals, because if they're just rubbing the twisty thing on the spiky bit, to produce the same signal over and over again. That would have produced the exact same signal, which would look exactly the same on readouts. So someone would have noticed it, especially in something like a company like Monarch, who is filled with nutters who who believe all sorts of things. So somebody would have noticed that and gone, "Wait a minute." But no, that didn't happen because it didn't happen until this film existed. And then the only person who noticed it was Bernie and his Discord fans, because apparently Monarch is no longer filled with a bunch of nutters who were in previous films.
Yeah, the way you described it sounded very dirty. Rubbing the thing on the spiky thing, that sounded dirty.
Well, you see it in the film, don't you? They walk into the pyramid, and there's just this big spike hanging down, and a twizzly thing going round it, and then the iwi are just sort of pulling it with ropes to make it make noises. And is like, okay, so this is the thing that makes the noise. This is the signal that this is creating the signal somehow. How they came up with this, I have no idea. How they created this, I have no idea.
Imagine if this is like something that has been bothering me. Are the crystals like a form of radiation? Because if they are, then either A, these iwi have some incredible resistance to radiation and somehow managed to find the cure for cancer, if that's the case. Or second, everybody in that civilization is dead.
Ghosts.
least they
They're
should be.
ghosts, Black. They're ghosts.
It's possible that it's not radiation, but rather some sort of like electromagnetic conductor, similar to, say, copper.
Yeah, I mean, I would be inclined to believe that it isn't radiation, but given how everything's been functioning in the MonsterVerse thus far, I don't know. I'm not
I
sure.
would definitely say they definitely probably amplify or emit energy, and given that the iwi have like these psychic telepathic superpowers, they probably use that in some way to like either amplify their signals or direct the energy in some way, because judging from the way Gia sees things, like there's definitely they are clairvoyant, so they can see aspects of the future, which is probably how they know about certain events, or
So
they
in
could
other
probably
words, the
instill
crystals
that,
are just a spice melange, basically.
I guess.
Oh, they're so this is a prequel to Dune. I see. Okay, got it.
Oh man.
Lisan al Gaib. No, Lizard al Gaib. Lizard al Gaib, because it's Godzilla.
By the way, doesn't anyone find it kind of just kind of moving away from that pretty much, because I think we've I guess we probably have just kind of made it kind of gone over just about all that we need to be gone over about that distress signal sort of thing. Does anyone find it kind of weird that Shimo's like, we'll just call it frostbite blast based on the Playmates figures, pretty much, like the ice blast effect that she does. But like, doesn't anyone find it kind of funny that her ice beam could pretty much pretty quickly engulf Kong's hand, as well as completely freeze up Scar King like it does at some points. But while she's still in control of Scar King during the battle in Rio, and she's shooting it at Kong again, and he's trying to block it with the Beast Club. Doesn't anyone find it funny that it seems to be taking such a long ass time to
It's a case of the MonsterVerse throwing power scaling out the window, and this is the symptom of a much greater problem. So I know that when people hear the word power scaler in a fandom, they roll their eyes because Dragon Ball fans ruined the concept of power scaling. Okay, I get it, but hear me out. First of all, Goku solo. Secondly, the issue with power scaling, the thing with power scaling. The thing with power scaling
surely.
Yeah, the thing with power scaling is that it's an aspect of writing. It's I guess you could say a subcategory of it's like a combination between character writing and world building, depending on how the powers work and where they come from, etc. Because if
I would actually describe it. I would actually describe it as more interpretation of a character, like what it's most depicted as.
I wouldn't say that because if we're looking at Goku, for example, let's look at if we're looking from, let's say, the very beginning of Dragon Ball, back when he was a kid, all the way to Super in the Moro and Granola arc. Spoilers for that, by the way. We see that his over time, the concept of power levels have been a little bit flumpy because sometimes if your power level was, let's say, over 9,000 and your power level was just 5,000, then the battle was already pretty much set and the stakes are kind of ruined because of that. But other times, if you have characters like Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, that have dormant latent power that they have yet to unlock, then if they tap into that power, then chances are they're gonna probably have a much better time defeating the evil villain. But then again, that's only for characters with like latent potential, as opposed to like characters like Goku and Vegeta and Broly, both Z and Super, that have massive reservoirs of power that they can unlock and continue to evolve over time. And that was present in both Z Broly and in Super Broly, arguably the best Dragon Ball movie, by the way. But don't at me. So the
So
thing
watch
with
it.
so the power level thing in this case is okay. So a power scaling in this scenario would be okay. We're measuring how powerful this character is as the story details the evolution of said character and how it affects the rest of the story. Um, the power scaling in not in the MonsterVerse, in Dragon Ball in particular, sometimes gets flumpy. For example, you see Goku, he's pretty much mastered Super Saiyan in every single way. And we see him that he's mastered Super Saiyan, I think, in the Cell Saga, where he's describing the drawbacks of Vegeta's Super Saiyan form and how he evolved it. And so it focuses on sheer and raw power, but you lose all the strength and stamina, I think it was. I could be wrong. And whereas Goku
I think it was
managed
agility. Like you gain 75% muscle mass, but lose 50% speed.
Exactly. And Goku managed to find a way around that. And in the case of Gohan, you have that coupled with the fact that information that he learned from Goku, coupled with the fact that his latent potential had yet to be awoken due to a character reason, which is that he doesn't like to fight, which was broken after the death of Android 16, I think it was, or was it? I keep confusing like the Android names. Was it 16 or 17? The ginger Android. 16 or 17. Oh no, 16. It was Android 16. It was Android 16.
Yeah, because 17 is blonde.
No. 17 is the black-haired one, and 18 is the blonde one.
18's blonde. Damn it. No,
How do you confuse that? How do you confuse that? That's like the most lusted for character in Dragon Ball, besides Bulma. Jesus Christ, man.
I don't know.
Yeah, but anyway, that latent power was broken, was awoken at that point, unlocking Super Saiyan 2, which is every every useful aspect of Super Saiyan taken to the next level, pretty much a perfected version and amplified version of Super Saiyan. So you got Super Saiyan to a higher level. And that at that point you got consistent power scaling, both in universe and stuff we can analyze in the narrative. And then so Goku mastered Super Saiyan, Gohan mastered Super Saiyan to the point where he managed to reach Super Saiyan 2 first before any of the other Z fighters. But then you see in Super Broly where both Goku and Vegeta, which at this point in Super, they've pretty much mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. You would think that transformation would be instantaneous. Right, but no, you see them struggle, even for like a brief second. You see them struggle to transform into a Super Saiyan, and especially Vegeta too, because in Dragon Ball Z Battle of the Gods, in the Battle of the Gods saga, we see Goku going Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 almost instantaneously to show off Beerus, and he struggles a bit with Super Saiyan 3, but he gets it almost immediately. So that is a case of inconsistent power scaling. However, and Dragon Ball, however, has the benefit that it happens more often the good and consistent power scaling, it happens more consistently than it doesn't because it has like all these years of lore. And then the Moro and Granola arc happen. You have the Goku mastering Ultra Instinct, which perfecting it actually thanks to the training of Whis, and then you have Vegeta unlocking his own transformation with the help of Beerus, essentially making him a god of destruction, and then you have Black Frieza having a character motivated reason to train even further beyond to achieve a form greater than Golden Frieza, and defeating Gas, and after defeating Gas and well, whatever happened to Granola, I don't remember what happened. You have Black Frieza just showing up. That I would argue that's both consistent and somewhat inconsistent, but I have to reread that as part of the manga. But in the case of the MonsterVerse, however, it doesn't have the benefit of Dragon Ball because Dragon Ball has the benefit of longevity and having a solid foundation for how power levels work and how like power increases, etc. Whereas with Godzilla, you have him do one thing, like his it's like his exact power, because this is why power scalers have different categories. They have moon level, they have planetary level, they have solar system level, universal, outer
System,
galaxy. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah, you can't. It's hard to place Godzilla in any of those categories because those categories exist to create a solid understanding as to where Godzilla would rank in that level, in that power scaling. It's hard to do that because his powers are so inconsistent. One day you'll see him boring a hole through the center of the earth. The other time you'll see him just struggling to beam clash with Mechagodzilla. And although we don't really know what the power level of Mechagodzilla is, we don't really know where he scales in power scaling. And he'll hit Kong with the atomic breath, and it'll just burn him a little. So the thing with Shimo in particular, her ice breath, her powers are first of all, like Shimo is just something that was just the writers just came up with because I don't know why they did it, to be honest, but they came up with her. They slapped a cool power in it. They made a cool design. Cool, get it? Because low temperature. Yeah. They a cool design for her that reflected her powers, and boom, slapped her in the movie.
Frosty reception there.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to find a comment that I made at one point, just as an extra joke. You can continue once I find it.
So my whole point that I'm trying to make here is that because of things like this, the power scaling the MonsterVerse is nigh impossible if you're trying to do it accurately. There have been people that have done it, that have tried to do it. However, their metrics will always be inaccurate, and it's not because they did a bad job. They are good at like these YouTubers in particular, the power scalers. They are really good at power scaling because again, power scaling is a part of writing. The thing is that the writing itself is just so incoherent and incongruent with itself that you can never get an accurate measurement as to how powerful a character in a narrative like this will be. So we can't really say with exactitude just how powerful. We can only have vague allusions and ideas whenever someone says, oh, Shimo is more powerful than the Scar King Shimo, or Shimo is more powerful than evolved Godzilla, or just as powerful. We don't really know what that means because we don't really know what the power level for each is. We know that Godzilla right now, thanks to the writing, is more powerful than he's literally Goku at this point. He's the Goku of the MonsterVerse. He can solo anybody in the MonsterVerse at this point in time. However, they're trying to frame it as if they can't, just to draw out the fight longer. So the need of the plot. Okay, so the power scaling is sacrificed at the altar of the plot just so you can have... No. The plot and the power scaling are sacrificed at the altar of the rule of cool, because the whole reason why all of this is ignored is just to have a cool moment, when none of these problems would exist if you could have these cool moments without sacrificing all those things to the altar of the rule of cool. And I'm telling you, the rule of cool in this franchise is dripping red with blood with all the times the plot had to be sacrificed in it. It is deep, like bloody red.
King
And
of the
it is a
Monsters
problem.
does the power scaling
Okay.
very well.
If I may offer my
Hey,
interpretation of the power scaling,
uh,
if I may.
Go ahead.
you go. You can go.
So I was thinking the same thing when it came to the general question of why the Beast Glove was able to hold off Shimu's ice breath, and it got me thinking. Well, we saw that Shimu the axe uncharged was able to block Shimu's ice breath for a second or two before it climbed up Kong's arm, and then it also shows that the Beast Glove, since it is implied to be reverse engineered Mechagodzilla tech, given that the axe uncharged couldn't damage Mechagodzilla to the extent it did when it was, the Beast Glove probably can withstand the blow of the ice beam if
Well,
it's
here's the
as strong
thing.
as the axe uncharged.
Well, here's the thing. There's still like exposed bits of like Kong's like fur and flesh, pretty much, even with the Beast Glove on. So it would still.
It does still
On
get
top of
frozen,
that,
though.
metal doesn't protect things from the cold. You know what does? More fur. Metal will not protect you from the cold. That's one thing. Unless you're like in a car, like you're like fully surrounded and there's like fabric inside that could help Kong. But again, like the glove was not made to counter like frostbite in mind. That floop juice was just like expunged from the ether, extracted from the fiery depths of hell just to inject it into Kong because the plot needed it to happen. Otherwise,
Yeah.
Can I
And the Beast
speak?
Glove is kind of intended to. The Beast Glove is pretty much also intended to just make pack. Let's just say pack more of a punch, for Kong to deal to anything.
But it does also act as a shield because it has that shield part of it.
I mean,
no.
I don't think that'd be sufficient enough.
The axe functioned better as a shield because it didn't. The axe, by virtue of not being directly on Kong when he uses it, like it's not something that he has to wear. Like by virtue of that alone, it already makes it a much better shield. And even that somehow failed because the frostbite reached his arm anyway. So how much more damage would have he received with the arm? Because again, metal does not protect against the cold if there are areas exposed. All right, it's going to the ice. It's going to expand into those areas anyway. It's going to be covered in ice no matter what. It's just harder to do that with the axe. That's why the axe is a much better shield than the glove.
Black. Three things. One, thank you for in some way finally showing some appreciation for us power scalers in this community. Oh my god, it is so painful to just I've been, just for reference, I'm in the Versus and power scaling community, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Secondly, I get what you're saying, but we can still, with everything that we have, come up with some sort of generalization. Granted, yes, that generalization may be a bit more inconsistent than something like, say, Dragon Ball, or even, actually, no, the Marvel and DC comics are not a good comparison for that. They are all over the place. But we can still at least try to come up with some sort of generalization based off of what we see in the material. And third, the comment I was looking for. According to the Japanese Godzilla vs. Kong Theater Guide, Mechagodzilla's proton energy scream is 4.10 times 10 to the 80 joules. The total mass energy of the universe is estimated to be 4.20 times 10 to the 69th, meaning Mechagodzilla's beam is barely under 100 billion times the universe's energy, according to the guide. I love it when people
what
forget
does
how
that
decimals
mean?
work.
What does that mean?
Yes, that's what happens when you get to big numbers.
You lose all meaning. Okay, it just becomes irrelevant. What happens? Like, does Mechagodzilla's proton beam just leave a trail of black holes after it's done, or what happens?
I don't know.
Like, if you reach those temperatures, in an oxygenated area, like in an area where there is oxygen, if you reach those temperatures with oxygen present, I think you could ignite the atmosphere. I don't know. You could ignite the world. The thing that Oppenheimer feared with his bombs could come to pass with the proton beams. I'm just saying. Like Apex kind of destroyed the world. Oh my god. Oh my god. See, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. You can't just jump like okay.
You can't just make this shit up on the fly.
Yeah, you can't just slap large numbers to say, "Oh, isn't it cool that this character is so powerful? How will our heroes defeat him?" You can't just do that. Mechagodzilla could ignite the atmosphere if you wanted to.
If we were to
Go
go
ahead.
by
In Godzilla King of the Monsters. Sorry?
sorry. Yeah, if we were to go by those statistics, yeah, the thing about like all those like the power scaling thing is like 2014 and King of the Monsters, like at least like if you were to ask me and C Animus and Minecraft World here, they pretty much at least like have like in universe like sort of like reasons for the power scaling to be for Godzilla or for Ghidorah or what have you to be the way that they are. Meanwhile, you get the Wingard films, GVK and GXK. They just say power scaling. What's that? And they just kind of go nuts with. They go so nuts with it that yeah, like I could potentially see why perhaps in the next film they may say that the evolved Godzilla form that we see in GXK is just only temporary, pretty much.
Hilariously,
hopefully that's the case.
Hilariously, when I was making my Titanicus Gojira vs. Titanicus blog, this was right before Monarch released, by the way. GVK was surprisingly straightforward up until everything after the Boar, the Godzilla Hollow Earth drill feat.
Yeah.
Which, yeah. And then
I would like to let C Animus say his point here pretty much before we go.
Yeah.
You alluded to it just now. King of the Monsters has it's the visual storytelling that is what we wanted from GXK and what GXK said it had but didn't. In King of the Monsters you had Godzilla and Ghidorah seem to be sort of fairly equal when they're fighting in Antarctica, and then Godzilla gets the upper hand in the water and whatnot. Godzilla gets the energy boost, which then when he faces off against Ghidorah later, he's got quite the big advantage. Then Ghidorah gets a big advantage, a big power boost from the electrical grid, which then puts him over on Godzilla. Then Godzilla
and then he drops Godzilla from orbit.
And he drops Godzilla from orbit, and then then Mothra gives Godzilla another boost. So you're seeing as a visual storytelling, boost, strength up, boost, strength up, boost. You see it. It's communicated well, and you understand what's going on. With Godzilla X Kong, you get Godzilla supposedly still strong from GVK, where apparently he was even stronger than he was in King of the Monsters somehow. He's at that base level. Then he eats a power plant. Then he powers up at Tiamat's place. So apparently he's now Super Saiyan Pink Zilla. So he's now the most powerful
Super Saiyan Rose
ever been. And then gets knocked out by Kong and his metal glove.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Also, by the way, I have a question for you, Animus. So, how come? Okay, so I do agree that the visual storytelling in King of the Monsters is better. In fact, there are a lot of things in King of the Monsters that are better than GXK. Although, then again, but
we'll save the discussion for later.
Oh, no, I have a question regarding the power up thing. It's really quick. So, how come a nuke? Okay, so we know that Ghidorah absorbed the energy of a power plant. How come the energy of a power plant managed to outdo the energy absorbed by that of a nuke to the face?
indirect, potentially it's indirect energy, like the explosion was happening around rather than directly at Godzilla, so potentially there's a loss of energy there. Potentially it's not absorbed naturally the way Godzilla would have liked to have absorbed it, like maybe Godzilla wasn't prepared for it. A power grid for an entire city, that's going to be a lot of electricity. And then also it depends on how Ghidra uses that energy as well, because nuclear radiation being absorbed by an Earth Titan uh, potentially could be different from the way that a space alien Titan could absorb electrical energy. But yeah,
Samus,
power grid for a city. A power grid for a city is a lot of fucking energy. It must be said.
and we know what the city is. It's Boston. Boston, according to Energy Sarge, uses 853 kilowatts of electricity per month. That's
Okay.
a lot of kilowatts.
Okay, we could put
year.
a pin on that. We could put a pin on that for our discussion on King of the Monsters later, because that's actually something I want to investigate, because I want to like compare the energy output of the entirety of Boston versus that one nuclear warhead, because for all we know that could be like a retrofitted Tsar Bomba, or it could be like some other type of smaller bomb. So like we can compare energies and the absorption, and that at that point we can just put a pin on that for later.
All right, let's do that.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
All right.
Cool. Now I'm trying to think if there's anything else that can be said at this point regarding GXK.
I think that Vic
there's a
wanted
lot
to
of
say
things
that.
said.
I think that Vic wanted to say something about the characterization of not Emma, Eileen and Gia. I think he wanted to say something. I remember
All
now.
right. Oh yeah, I remember that. Thank you. Well, let's see. Calling back to it, I'll preface by saying I agree that the story and arc when it comes to Eileen and Gia, I think it is like 2/3 complete as it is right now. Like it needed that one more scene before the like reconciliation at the end to really develop and push forward the themes it was going for. As it is right now, I can see it definitely as it's sort of like a both sides kind of thing, because I think Eileen's arc was sort of like accepting that she will have to make sacrifices for her daughter, because she believes that living down there can offer her a better quality of life by being more with her culture. Because from the start of the film, you see that Gia, what we do see is that we see Gia is alone at school. We see that she's troubled by the visions and they're making her think that she's going crazy. And then you have the dialogue with the teacher saying how she's been struggling at school. And then you have those scenes together where Eileen tries to comfort her, but she doesn't know how. And she's going through all her notes and stuff. And then as she tries to work her way through finding a solution, she sees that. And we all see in the movie, as they go further into the Hollow Earth, and as she discovers, even just a remnant of her people, it puts a smile on her face, and she's more enthusiastic and in tune with whatever they're trying to find. And then once they do find the Iwi village, the last of the Iwi, she's really, it's the happiest we see her in the film when she's playing with the other Iwi kids and like being in tune with the culture. She's realizing or like internalizing that, if she wants to sacrifice the most for her daughter to have a better quality of life, she might have to give her up. And then like part of her arc is then, or like I guess the conclusion is just that, despite her daughter Gia finding her people, she still needs her mother and still wants to be with her mother. And that's sort of like the ending of that arc there.
Well,
And
what scene? Oh,
Go ahead.
oh no, you finished.
Oh no, I think that's about it. But let me know your thing.
Yeah. So on the subject of sacrifice, that okay. on paper, that's not a bad idea. That's definitely a good idea, especially if you're trying to tie it with Kong. Because like the idea of tying it up with Kong's arc of finding his people, it works at a surface level. However, you have to detail out everything. So the sacrifice, she for Gia to be happy, uh, Eileen has to sacrifice her being around her daughter that she's grown to love in order for her to live a much better life than what she did. And this is something that this is a topic that I covered in my pitch for a sequel back in the Zim's stream. The thing, however, with that is that she doesn't actually sacrifice anything. I mean, Gia stays with her, and then that leads me to the next point, where okay, well, Gia realizes that she can have both. She can have both with Eileen and living with the Iwi. She can ac- uh, accept both. I guess you could say she could accept both her lineages in a sense. I mean, she's adopted, but you know what I mean. But the issue here is that she was rejected by everyone except her mother. She was. She's not just the last of her culture of people of her culture. She's like the last remnant. She is her culture. She like her entire culture revolves around her because she is the last person there. At least that was the idea before they went down into the Hollow Earth. However, the thing here is that the Eileen never rejected Eileen never rejected Gia for that. Eileen immediately went to her and she went, okay, what's wrong? Oh, something is wrong with me. I don't know what it is. Okay, I'll help you figure it out. And we see her do exactly that. So in that sense, she has been a good mom, besides all the time that she put her in danger. But she is deep down a good mom. She is, again, besides all the times that she put her in danger and she should have died because of her. But she does want the best for her child, and she immediately jumps at that opportunity. If there was any negligence on her behalf, then that would raise up any animosity at all that would lead Gia to want to prefer to be with her people more than Eileen. And Eileen could realize this and re- um, acknowledge that she can't take care of her better than she can't take care of her as well as the Iwi could. Although realistically, the Iwi can't really take care of her as much as Gia does because Gia is thriving. Like she has everything she could ever need in with Eileen. So, but jumping off from that point, we could have a scene where Eileen is overworked and she is worried about Gia, but she can't really act on it. And Gia interprets that as her mother being negligent. And so when she goes to the Hollow Earth and finds that the Iwi people are very attentive, they're very, they listen to her. She makes a friend. We could have like another Iwi character communicate with her using visual storytelling, become friends and all that. We could have that kind of like what Zim suggested with the Megalon people.
Yeah.
So we could have that as a substitute for what we have now, which is not a lot. I mean, a lot of the things that people say about the themes of that particular character, quote unquote, arc, is a lot of it is headcanon. It's not in the movie. So again, like Gia doesn't sacrifice anything by staying with either side. On the contrary, she has more to gain on than she has to lose. Like she doesn't lose a single thing if she chooses the Iwi or her mother. Like yeah, she loses being with her mother, but like if she chooses the Iwi, she loses being with her mother, but at least she's connected with her people. And if she goes with her mother, then she won't be able to communicate with her people, but at least she'll know that they're alive and she's not the last of her kind and that she's not a freak. So there is no conflict of interest on either parties, and nobody loses anything. So there is no sacrifice to be made here. Nobody loses anything. They have a lot of stuff to gain from either choice, and that's the crux of the issue here. You can't just say that there is conflict here merely because you say there is. Like this is what the writers are doing. They say that there is conflict, and the characters act as if there is conflict, and they resolve the quote unquote conflict, but there is no real conflict because at the end of the day, both characters get what they want. All the characters get what they want, and they don't have to sacrifice anything to get it. If they had to sacrifice something to get what they want, then there would then chances are like it would be a much better character. It's kind of basic, sure, but it's better than what we have. Or if someone
Basic sometimes works when you need
yeah,
it.
yeah, basic works. If it's better than the alternative, then I would rather take basic over nothing.
Yeah, that's it's kind of like like there's like the potential was pretty much like there, but they just kind of like they just didn't really take full advantage of it, to really let that potential really like kind of blossom, if you will, pretty much.
They had the eggs, they had the milk, they had the flour, and they refused to make the cake.
Yeah, that's kind of, or they kind of stopped halfway through making the cake,
No. What they did was take the ingredients and then just pour frosting all over them.
That's another good example. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd say that's all fair, which is why I prefaced it by saying, it was 2/3, or at least I saw it as like 2/3 of the way there in terms of the whole story. I would still disagree that like there were no consequences to the either sacrifice if she either chose her mom or the Iwi people, because she still loses part of herself either way, because she would still have to deal with the conflict of not being with her people or not being with her mom. And I think that's like the emotional stakes of like the choice.
She's been without her people all this time, and she's been fine. Same with Kong. So, like, if she would truly lose herself if those people were dead. Because if we're looking at the net positive versus the net negative, the net positive is my my people are alive, plus I am not alone, plus I am not a freak, plus the civilization will survive, and the burden of carrying the entire civilization does not befall on me. Versus I don't get to meet the people that are of my race. Like it doesn't the good outweighs the bad significantly. If she chooses to be with her people, the net positive also outweighs the net negative. The net positive is I get to be with my people, plus I play a part in expanding the civilization of my people, plus I make sure that my people survive, plus I have a giant moth that can protect me and I can summon at any point, plus I am technically their messiah, so I can rule over these people. Plus,
Monkey.
I have a giant monkey friend.
Yeah, I'm friends with essentially King of the Apes, pretty much.
Yeah, I am friend with Jesus and Muhammad, basically, and that I did not mean it. Yeah, essentially. So yeah, like versus I don't get to hang out with my adopted mom. That you see, like the positives. Well, actually, now that I think about it, she's better off with the Iwi anyway. But she doesn't go with the Iwi. But anyway, she prefers staying with her mother, and she stays with her mother, and that still carries a lot of positives, regardless of which choice you go with. So like the net positives outweigh the net negatives because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it's fair to say that to a degree, but I would still say it's downplaying the sacrifice of either choices.
I'm not saying that she wouldn't miss her mother. I wouldn't saying like if she chose the Iwi over her mother, I have a pretty good feeling that she would start to miss her mother. But then again, like I said, she's friends with an insect Jesus. All right, she could visit her at any time. So like the barrier of communication and just visiting each other, and given that Eileen's job is to study these things, she could ask to be stationed in the Iwi city in the Hollow Earth, and she could be with her at any given point. And again, like you have your cake and you eat it too. All conversely, if she stays with Eileen, then she could potentially get a job where she gets to go down into the Hollow Earth, and she could visit her people again, and Jesus all over them. So again, like you can, she can still stay with Eileen and her people regardless of which choice she goes with. That's why I say that there is no sacrifice. I can't really downplay a sacrifice that isn't there. She can visit, like, there she has options is what I'm saying. She has options.
Yeah, it's like she can pretty much visit both. Pretty much, she can visit either one, the other, depending on which one she chooses. Pretty much,
She can have both.
yeah.
That's fair.
And all right, so I don't know. Does anyone think that's that we? So
I think we covered pretty much every single base. There's just one more base that I think we need to discuss.
yeah.
Bernie?
He is. I was gonna
there's plenty more to say about Godzilla X Con. There's loads more to say.
I know. I just really wanted to rant about Tiamat. And Godzilla.
I mean, there's that. I wanted to rant about the fact that Con was riding Shimu at the end of the film.
Fair enough.
I've been ranting about the fan base complaining, but I think I've done my piece, and I think my work there is done in that regard. So all that's left is just.
I was also the rant on Tiamat was going to lead to Godzilla's character assassination, but yeah.
Yes.
I mean, Godzilla's character assassination.
Yep.
The portals don't make any sense anymore. I mean, they didn't explain the portals in GVK. They didn't explain the portals in this film. In this film, they seem to have changed what exactly they are, whilst also contradict. Yeah, the portals make no sense.
And no. Hilariously, the book actually does a better job at explaining it. But even there, I could barely describe. It's
really weird because GVK shows the hologram, where the portals are clearly physical tunnels, physical passages from the surface to the Hollow Earth. But then when they go through it, it's like a Space 2001 sort of graphic.
It's like a hyperspace thing.
A void, yeah.
There is no mantle, basically.
Then in GXK, they do the opposite. They have, when they go through the portals, there's clearly physical space. There's clearly like a rock face that they're traveling past on their way down, which is just a terrifying thought to think about, considering what speeds they're supposed to be going at. And then when they find the portals in the Iwi village, they say these portals could be going anywhere on Earth. And it's like, but you have a map. You have a hologram map showing all the portals. How do you not have these portals like mapped out?
In GVK, I think it was Ren Serizawa. He pressed a button on the hologram that shows the entire Earth with all the tunnels to the Hollow Earth leading into it. And exactly. Walter Simmons says, "We need your help to find the portals." Like, did you have them right there? They're right in front of you. You're gaslighting me into thinking that you don't have any portals when you do. Stop it. It's right there.
Oh God.
Wait. If it was something like disturbances on the planet, fine. Okay. But no, physical tunnels.
They would be better off as like physical tunnels that you could travel to instead of this portal like that's like a 2001 Space Odyssey type thing. Like in GXK, what?
Do what KOTM did with it. KOTM depicted it as a physical tunnel. While, yes, maybe the civilization wasn't the Hollow Earth itself, it was still a physical tunnel down underground.
Oh, I thought it was like a whirlpool that took them all the way down. Because that's what I saw. Like I saw like the water sort of like lead them down a current, and then the current led into like a cave, and they crash landed.
Again, why not both? A whirlpool caused by a tunnel.
That could, if it's underwater, then yeah, I would imagine that would make a lot more sense. That's one of the things that made sense about KOTM. Like you have the warp, like okay, the gravity and the tunnel being placed where it is causes a current. That current would lead the submarine or any Titan, like seafaring Titan, down into that segment of the Hollow Earth. That area is flooded, but there are pockets of air that people can inhabit. Okay, cool. What about the underground ones? Simple. Have you ever played Minecraft?
Thank you. It's in my name. Yes, I have.
Have you? Like it's such a simple solution. Have you ever played Minecraft?
Not even played. Have you seen Minecraft gameplay?
Yeah, like the new patches of the newer patches of Minecraft have like they updated the caves. That was like a while ago, but they're still relatively new compared to they patched the caves so that they're a lot larger than what they used to be back in the day. You have stalagmites, you have these new leaves, you got moss growing in the stone. You have
a fungus that runs off vibrations.
You have the entire area with the warden and the warden portal, like all that on its own, like an underground civilization where they had the wardens and they had a portal where the warden came out and whatnot and what have you. Like all of that, like visual storytelling. Wow, like you could infer that this ancient civilization like used the fungus to create a portal to another universe from which the warden came out, and then
or they created a portal that brought the fungus to them.
That's another good example. That's another good explanation. Visual storytelling, not a single bit of dialogue in Minecraft.
Yeah, interesting. Man.
Yeah.
There's a lot that can be discussed about this movie here, but we've been going at this for 4 hours.
No, see, given that we've been going on about this for 4 hours, by virtue of that, we've been talking about this for longer than the movie. That means our analysis is bad, and nobody should listen to it. Obviously, long man bad.
So I guess that means my analysis on the double toasted video on Cottom is also bad. Because that was the previous stream. That was almost 5 hours long of a stream. Holy shit.
Brevity is the soul of wit, obviously. Brevity is the soul of wit.
Yeah, have you I mean, you guys have are you guys ever familiar with William Shakespeare?
I know him.
I mean, I figured it. Yeah, I figured I'd point out, like, that how long we've been going so far, because I've just been noticing that my streams have been getting longer and longer over time. It's getting kind of scary. But
there is one thing I would like to say, and this is in regards to something that Vic pointed out a few hours ago. So, what we're doing here is we are breaking down like the plot level of the overall plot and world building of the MonsterVerse. And so, like, if you want to be a writer, then I mean, if you're watching this as a casual viewer, then you can like do whatever you want. All right, because at the end of the day, you are the person that is giving money away to these people so that they make more movies like the stuff that you want to see. That's capitalism. That's how that works. You give money to people, and then those people give you more of that because they're seeing the influx of money, and because you're paying to see what it is you want, and they get more money, they're going to give you more of what you want so you can continue giving them money. That's how it works. It's business. It's normal. It's healthy. However, the thing is that if you want to be a writer, if you want to be a creative, And if you want to work it with these types of stories, if you want to, like myself, like I'm an aspiring writer. I've written several stories. In Zim's next stream, I will pretty much make my Godzilla story public. I mean, it was in my Patreon, but given that I'm going to expose it to the world, I thought, you know what, maybe I'm gonna make it free. But yeah, like as a writer, like I feel like that as a writer, you should have higher standards for quality. I mean, don't get me wrong, like you could still like whatever it is that you like. No, again, nobody can take that away from you. Like nobody.
True.
I unironically like Morbius. Well, no, not unironically. I ironically like Morbius because of the memes surrounding it. If it weren't for the memes, I would not enjoy Morbius as much as I do. But the memes exist, and I will. Matter of fact, I want to make a joke, long man, like an hour-long video in the anniversary of Morbius's release. I already have a pending title, Morbius: The Best Humanity Has to Offer, and it's just a joke video praising Morbius ironic for April Fools. I've been wanting to do that for a while. I have a script written down. All right, I have a script written down, and one of my friends is actually gonna like record. Is actually gonna. I'm gonna like frame it as a documentary, and he's gonna record himself like in an interview detailing his experience going to the theater, and he's going to talk about how he went through this stampede of people trying to claw their way into the theater, people actually dying, him accidentally skating on a brain because some people got run over by people trying to get to the theater. It's going to be awesome. But yeah. It's gonna be this escalation of absurdity, pretty much because but yeah, like I'm not gonna say that I kind of do want more movies like Morbius because it'll be like a good laugh, but it's also like an example on how not to make a movie. I wouldn't want more people to make more movies like Morbius and have that be the standard. The only reason I would want bad movies to be made is to show people how to not make a movie. It's like
you want them to be made for academic purposes.
Exactly. Like you know how like
Just
The Last Jedi. Yeah, that too. Like that too. I don't think Godzilla falls in that category though. I don't think Godzilla should fall into that category. If you're making like a one-off type movie, then fine. If you're making a movie like Sharknado, like a series like Sharknado, I love Sharknado. I love that saga. Then fine. Like you can make that, but no, of course, those types of movies are not going to be taken seriously. Like if at the very beginning, at their inception, they're movies that you're not supposed to be focusing on the plot all that much, then they're a lot easier to enjoy than movies that started out with a strong plot. I mean, 54 kind of aged a little bit wonkily. There are some aspects, but it's still like among the best of that of the Godzilla movies. If you start out with a solid movie, a solid plot, and you devolve, you're in a constant stage of devolution, then I think a lot of people are going to be upset at that, and even more people are going to be, what's the word? They're going to be, what's not manipulated, but conditioned. Yes, conditioned. They're going to be conditioned to accept that as like the status quo. Like, because when you're talking about movies, especially Godzilla movies in this way, we Godzilla fans are exposing Godzilla fans to a bar that they've never been to, like a quality bar that they've never been placed in. So like, there's obviously going to be conflict there. But as a writer, as someone who wants to become a writer, writers should hold themselves to a much higher standards, and also hold other writers to a much higher standards. This is something Little Platoon said. Nobody suffers if a movie is good. You can like and dislike a good movie. You can like and dislike a bad movie. Me personally, I somewhat dislike V for Vendetta, but I'm going to argue with anybody why it's a good movie, because it is. It really is a good movie. It's just not my cup of tea, but it definitely is a good movie. So that's what I want to put out there. Like if you want to be a writer, you want to have higher standards.
Yeah. Like for me, I writing is not my go-to. That's animation, but something akin to. But I have experience with writing, and I would like to meld my animation with my writing style. It's something. While yes, a story can be well written, I also feel like it needs to be somewhat appealing in a visual standpoint. It needs to look good, not just not not just be good on paper, but be good on the screen. That's why that's why something like something like the Heisei trilogy for Gamera can be so surprising, because while yes, it is well written, it's also visually phenomenal. Films like the Gamera movies before that didn't really have that many strengths when it comes to a visual standpoint. So having this be as visually striking, or even for a more recent case, Gamera Rebirth. I know you haven't seen that show yet, but the fact that it was as good as it was, despite not being visually interesting. Well, okay, that's putting it mildly. The animation was not great for that show. It's still, that can lead to some surprises.
Yeah, exactly. Ultraman Rising is another great example because I was expecting. I wanted to do a stream on Ultraman Rising, but I had trouble with the network, and I couldn't do it this week either. Like I don't know how I'm gonna do streams from now on, especially since I have a very limited time before I get shipped. But Ultraman Rising, that movie is phenomenal. Like as someone whose only experience with Ultraman is the anime and like the culture surrounding Ultraman and some clips I've seen on YouTube, like the Ultraman anime is well, it was a very hard watch for me. I don't think it's bad necessarily because I don't know anything about the plot at all. I couldn't follow it. I don't know what was happening with that anime. Apparently it ended. It's on Netflix. It ended. Yeah, so I don't know anything about the Ultraman anime, but that's my only exposure to Ultraman that I've ever had. And as someone who doesn't know anything about Ultraman, that movie was spectacular. Like on a plot level, I would give it like a 7 out of 10, but on a character level, it is I want to put it at a 10 out of 10, but I know that there's no movie that can reach that level, like a 10 out of 10. So I'm going to put it a 9.5 out of 10 because, like, the character work, it is just amazing. That father son Kamehameha at the end got me screaming. The villain being an actual good person trying to do a good thing, because let's be honest, like trying to prevent the deaths thanks to kaiju is inherently good. All right, he there is a good reason why you would want a kaiju to be extinct, because they're eventually inevitably going to get out of the kaiju island. And I mean, they have, like in this universe they have, so it is a good thing that he wants that. And on top of that, he treats his henchmen like human beings. Like in that scene when he went to one of his commanders, he's like,
and the commander asked, like, why are you doing this?
Yeah, like, do you have family? I thought he was gonna snap at him. I thought he was gonna slap him, kill him, punch him. I don't stop, but no, he legit just went, oh, you should go home. Get some sleep. He treats with his henchmen with humanity. The guy sacrificed himself and made sure that his people survived. That same henchman survived. He made sure that he died so that the others could survive. And at the very end, the last thing on his mind was his family. I can finally join my family. Oh my God, that had me screaming. That
Spoilers
movie.
for Ultraman Rising.
Oh, sorry.
Even hasn't watched it yet.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for spoiling it. But
There's also the bit. The reason I was laughing is because you said the last is that he wants to save people and he's wants to stop the monsters and all that sort of thing. I won't say anything because just in case people haven't watched it yet and want to watch it, there's a very significant thing that appears at the end of the film, which when I saw it, I just looked at the screen and was saying, why aren't you using that? And then you said his last act is to think of his family. That wasn't his actual last act. That was the last thing that he sort of looked at, whether his actual like physical last act in terms of affecting the story was something very, very different, which in terms it's kind of antithetical to everything else he was doing.
That's why I put the plot at a 7 and the character writing at a 9. That's precisely why. So, but yeah, no, you these types of movies, like you can have them be Ultraman Rising. Oh, I want to watch it again now. Like now that I'm talking about it, I want to watch it again. Like I watched it twice.
Times. It is beautiful.
The animation too is just it was kind of off-putting, like the design at first, but then I got used to it, and then I actually saw the animation in action. The subtle movements of Ultraman's eyes shifting beneath the helmet, and like the headlights of the eyes just shining in the air, like the dust making this path of light, and these subtle nuances in the animation, like just the little stuff. It's just so good. It's just so good.
Oh, yeah. You need to check out some of Ultraman's other material. I highly recommend first watch the original 66 show. It's a fun time. And Ultraman Blazar, that one's actually pretty well done.
I've heard good things about Blazar. I watched the first episode. I was kind of put off because I wasn't expecting Suitmation, but if the writing is good, then I will probably
there
appreciate it
are
more.
low points, but it's overall a really well done show. And of course, check out the original 66 show. It's also well done. It's
all right.
And with that, I think it's safe to kind of like start closing out things here. So yeah, lessons learned here is pretty much like I don't even know what I'm trying to say here. It's just like there was a lesson to be learned here today. You can like GXK and all that, but at the same time, I mean, let's be real here. It ain't exactly peak. So.
It's not peak fiction, unlike some rodent would have you believe.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been kind of seeing those like tweets out there, particularly like that back and forth between him and Zim.
Oh, you should see the stream that I did on him. You should see that one because that I could not like that was probably the most I've ever been upset at someone. Like I lost my mind there.
Yeah, when I saw the notification for that, I was just like, I thought things are good. Like,
Me too. I genuinely thought like the beef was squashed. Well, I mean, again, I would also say like the discussion itself was not very fruitful, but I think a lesson could be learned that this was just a clash in standards, and this was just a lesson to be learned. Like, do not argue like this. I thought people were smart enough to have that. To get that conclusion out of that stream, but no.
What I saw with that stream was a conversation. Now I need to check out yours.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You should.
I caught a little bit. Oh, yeah. I think I even commented about some stuff when you and another guy were talking about 98. Goji 98.
Astro, no, we weren't talking about 98. We were at the very beginning of the stream. We were laying out the groundwork for how to write a villain with slaves, and we were.
Okay. Oh, I never. Sorry, that was a different stream then. Okay.
Yeah, we were just detailing the groundwork for writing because we wanted to go at this as fair as possible, keep my patience in check. My patience meter was at 100%. By the end of the stream, it was down in the negatives.
Oh, dang. Oh boy. Well, yeah, that was that's the GXK discussion stream, and I guess next time I come on, pretty much should be the Cottom debate, pretty much, if not sooner.
Oh, you're not coming back for the other stream
tomorrow?
For the pitch stream, I can't. I think there's some stuff kind of like going on there, so I pretty much won't be able to make it to that. But I sent Zim my pitch for the Godzilla story, so So
Okay.
perhaps that could be read
I
off.
was more so going to ask about the Unnatural History Channel stream for tomorrow because I am probably going to be coming late to that depending on how long it lasts because I have work. That's going to be a thing.
All right. Cool.
The Unnatural History stream.
Yeah. Unnatural History Channel did a video on like where Godzilla should go next. So, and Zim's going to be talking about that tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah, that too.
I did a video looking at something that he said, which wasn't very good. So I'll be interested to see what that stream's
What
like.
was it that he said? What was
I
it that he
can't
said?
remember exactly. I have to go watch the video again. But it started off with Kong, and I remember it wasn't a very good thing that he said about Kong. Then he started talking about Godzilla, and I just remember being so annoyed by it. I had to make a video. So
He was
Yeah,
saying
it
some
must
stuff
have been
about
something
the
bad.
MonsterVerse, and then like saying like now here's how Shin Godzilla did it better, even though it didn't.
No, it didn't.
No.
oh,
it
this is
did
my
not.
advertisement to go to my channel and find that video and then watch it and find out what exactly it was I got annoyed about. And then whilst you're there, go watch the rest of my videos, which are all very good. Definitely
Yeah,
very good.
I still need to check out your Great Joy video and your Fractured Diamond videos. So,
Oh yes, feel free to click that link in the private chat and have a look at that because yeah, if you still think Shin Godzilla's a good film after watching that, I'll be surprised.
Yeah.
So, in
And-
conclusion, Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire was a bad movie. Stop giving it money. Give money to Dune 2 instead. Watch Dune 2. Dune 2 is good.
or Ultraman Rising.
What?
Or Ultraman Rising.
Oh yeah, Ultraman Rising. Ultraman Rising, Dune 2, or rewatch -1 again, or do those top three best movies of the year. Go watch
I
it.
would say it doesn't really matter which. Yeah, I mean, definitely -1, especially. But as far as where I would stand, I guess it doesn't really matter what you spend your money on as long as it's not Madam Web.
Oh yeah. No.
Madam Web is a masterpiece. How dare you?
Yeah. Good luck.
I'm making if I watch it, I will make. Yeah, that's the thing. I haven't even seen it. It's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. It's so good that I'm not gonna even watch it because I don't want my eyes to ruin all the movies that I watch moving forward. Because if I watch it, the other movies that I watch again, like for the rest of my life, they're not gonna be as good of a masterpiece as Madam Web. Oh, speaking of which,
we find wanting in comparison.
Exactly. Speaking of which, are you guys gonna watch that Craven movie?
No.
I'm gonna watch it because it's gonna be rated R at the very least. Because, why Craven? Why not Venom? But the
only R-rated superhero movie that I have any investment in is Deadpool and Wolverine.
I was really excited for it, but then I saw that Zeb Wells was attached to it, and now I'm scared.
What does that mean?
Zeb Wells is the guy who did the Spider-Man comic with Paul, if you know who that is.
No.
Paul
You give us like notes version at least.
So long story short, Peter gets cucked by Paul.
What?
Yeah, so Peter goes to a different universe to save the world, comes back only to find Mary Jane has moved on from Peter, married a guy named Paul, and had 2 kids with him.
Fucking hell.
And spoilers for Deadpool 2, but apparently, and brace yourselves, Wade's girlfriend moved on from him and started dating some other guy.
Wait a minute. Deadpool 2?
I meant Deadpool 3, sorry. Deadpool 3.
Oh, this is a leak for Deadpool and Wolverine?
Yep. Apparently. And given that it's attached to Zeb Wells, and given that, yeah, just brace yourselves.
Oh, God.
I saw that leak too online.
Oh boy, I hope that's a shit show that just gets done and over with like fast before we move on to like to hopefully the good shit when Wolverine and Deadpool have their adventure.
Yeah, I'm gonna see where it goes.
I hope
Did you
it's
see
fake.
the stuff about his arms being CGI?
Yeah, the reason why is because Hugh Jackman has skin cancer.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah, like it was a bit bothersome to watch, but like after I read, I was like, oh, now I feel bad. So yeah, like they could have just put on some sleeves on him, because there are a lot of sleeve Wolverine suits with like really long sleeves and stuff. But like if that's what he wants to do, then
Yeah.
I've never noticed that really. Even haven't seen the trailers.
maybe
But,
I don't know.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to plug their channels, then on that note,
Who wants to go first?
Me, because my name starts with a B, in
Okay.
alphabetical order. So yeah, you can find me on the Twitter. My account got hacked, so I made a new one. Just find me, just Black Karoonies. You'll find it real easy. Find me in my channel. My podcast will not be a thing for a while. I will try and make at least 2 or 3 more, but beyond that, you're not going to see the channel be active for a pretty long while. Maybe like a couple months, maybe a year. There's an upcoming video that I was editing before I realized that the stream was going on, so I immediately jumped onto that stream. One last video before I get deployed, and yeah, if you want to join my server, link is in the description, and yeah, watch everybody else's channels after watching mine, of course, because alphabetical order. My name starts with a B. Do that. Thank you.
awesome. Thank you for coming on.
You're
next
welcome.
Up,
Animus. See.
Oh, right. Sorry. I thought I already did a little bit of a plug for my stuff earlier, so I thought that'll be good. But yeah, go to my channel, See Animus on YouTube and also on Twitter. I don't think I'm anywhere else, so yeah. I don't do much on Twitter other than just post links to my videos and occasionally respond to random stuff. YouTube is the place where my videos will be. I'm not uploading much at the minute because apparently, and I only found out about this recently, my anti-blood clot medication is causing me leg cramps. So I'm getting very, very, very little sleep at the minute. So most of my time is spent like trying to just sleep 1 hour every so often. So video editing is not really a thing at the minute. But thanks to having watched GXK for this stream and then been on this stream, I'm suddenly finding myself inspired to make a video of some kind. I wonder what it could be about.
A lobotomy, perhaps.
Well, hopefully you'll see it. All right.
Yeah, look forward to that
and
in the
also,
future.
hopefully your cramps get better, dude. Hopefully your cramps get better. Genuinely.
So, unfortunately, if this is all true, if this connection is actually what I think it is, I'm going to be having them for the next 3 or 4 months. So yeah,
You'll get
fun.
through.
Blood
You'll get,
clots. Fun.
you'll get through it, okay? You'll get through it. Anyways, yeah, thanks for having me on, Sea Monster. You can find me on YouTube at Minecraft World 1954. That's my @ or just Minecraft World. I have recently released my final versus trailer, which is of my most wanted versus matchup, Kyogre from Pokemon versus Wajira from Lego Ninjago. So check that out there. I'm actually incredibly proud of it. And then I have 2 upcoming projects. One of them is a custom music track. I haven't made one of those in a while. And the other one is a video essay about Project Nemesis and why it is one of the best pieces of kaiju media in existence, and especially in recent memory. And also, yeah, I have an Instagram and a Kara account where both of those are just Minecraft World 1954, where I post artworks and concepts for a Greek mythology-inspired kaiju story that I am working on, and one that I'm also incredibly proud of. And yeah, also, so yeah, go watch everyone else's channel. Go watch Ultraman Rising. Go watch Godzilla -1. Go watch the Gamera movies. Tiamat deserved better. Take care. Peace.
Bye.
Tiamat
Alright.
lives matter.
All right, it was super fun coming on here, even though it kind of felt like a 1v4, but talking GXK puts a smile on my face either way. Thank you, Sea Monster, for having me on. Love
Welcome.
the amount of time I spent on here. You can find me as Kaijunaut on YouTube. You can find me as Vic Monstrous on Twitter. I have my commissions open if you want to go take a look, grab yourself something nice. And that is it for me.
Awesome. And as far as your host, the Sea Monster here, once again, thank you all for hopping on. And as far as what I have got going on, as far as content-wise, you know, I'm definitely going to be considering using, you know, bits of this stream, you know, for an upcoming GXK-related project that's similar to another essay video that I did. That was kind of an epic one. So yeah, so I'm assuming everyone would be okay with that.
Don't take me out of context, bro. You make me look bad.
I won't. Yeah, but yeah, that won't be for a while though, because I already have like some projects that I kind of want to work on first. I think I mentioned it before. I'm gonna be trying to working on a Creature from the Black Lagoon video and a video where I talk about Renfield and the Last Voyage of the Demeter, because they were like two Dracula movies or Dracula related films that both came out in the same year, which was last year. So you know, thought it would be interesting to do a two for the price of one type of thing. And yeah, and I'll be sure to update everybody on the progress regarding that or anything else on here on YouTube. Or on my Twitter, which you can find me on there, username KCI, pretty much, or Sea Monster in parentheses there. And yeah, so that just about does it.
And Zimzilla, he couldn't plug because he's gone. So yeah, you might want to.
Yeah, check out his stuff. He's gonna be doing a Godzilla pitch stream where we come up with our own Godzilla continuities. So look out for that.
You guys are gonna love mine, by the way. You're gonna love mine.
Dude, if your Destroy All Monsters MonsterVerse pitch was anything to go by, yours probably gonna be the best of the bunch.
Yeah, I would say, especially check out Zimzilla's Zimzilla 99's channel once you know, for those, as well, and especially for the upcoming Condom debates, which will be on July. So that's gonna be a real. That's gonna be something for sure.
God damn. Let's go.
Yeah. But yeah. Till then, thank you all for coming on. Thank you all for watching or listening or however you're taking in this juicy media here. But
reading it.
Yep. Anyways, good night, folks.
See ya.
Bye.
Long live the king.